distracted at looking at the agenda.
Okay, since it's after 9 o'clock, I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of Adjustment for Thursday, April 28th in order. We have a number of cases before us today. We'll move through them as quickly as possible. If you were going to speak, I would appreciate it if you'd come up and stand by the side for your case so that we don't have the lag time between people coming up from the back to get up here to speak. And that we'll announce at the appropriate times. So my name is Linda White. This is Dave Allen, Robin Meyer, Jamie Feppels, and Brian Pepper, and we are your board for this morning. We will be hearing requests for variances and special exception permits to alter somebody's ability to do something within their zoning district. All right, so do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Okay.
Yes, and a second.
Okay, good, just so she can get it. Has the meeting been legally certified?
Yes.
Yes. Motion to accept the certification? So moved? Second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion to adopt the minutes of the previous meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any communications with the board? I've had a couple from our board representative lawyer on the last case, just talking about setup and how things will be worked on. Okay, so would you like to read the first one, please? Oh, actually, I should finish this. All right, so what we'll do today is that someone from staff will read the information, the packet on the case. Those in favor will be invited up, those opposed, and those as interest may appear. So as long as you keep it short, as interest may appear, you could say something else if you wanted to. We'll then close the hearing portion of the meeting and go into deliberation on that case, and you'll get a letter certifying what our decision was, usually within a week to 10 days. Okay, did I do good, Gina? All right, and the first one.
Please take notice that the Sauk County Board of Adjustment will hold a public hearing on April 28th at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter as the matter may be heard in the county boardroom of the Sauk County West Square building in the city of Baraboo to consider Petition 05-2022, granting renewal of a special exceptions permit pursuant to S 7.036, paragraph 5, subparagraph A, to authorize an operation of a lodging house. This property is located on real estate described as S 5721 Devil's Lake Parkway, located in the parts of a Section 14, Town 11 North, Range 6 East, Town of Baraboo, as further described in Petition 05-2022. Tax parcel number 002-1307-11700.
Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
And relationship for the record, please.
Tate Hillman, Land Use and Sanitation Technician for Sauk County. So this request is from Vladimir Skarla, referred to as the applicant, for renewal of their special exception permit to operate a lodging house at S 5721 Devil's Lake Parkway. Current zoning is single-family residential and will stay the same. Relevant plans include the Town of Baraboo Comprehensive Plan and Sauk County Comprehensive Plan. The property itself is zoned single-family residential, and its use is currently a lodging house. The property to the north is zoned single-family residential and is vacant. The property to the south is single-family and has a single-family residence. The property to the east is single-family residential, and the land use is single-family residence. And the property to the west is zoned single-family, and the land use is vacant. For parking, the property has a 2-car garage as well as room for 3 other vehicles on the driveway. The required parking spaces based on the square footage of the house is 10 stalls. The property owner also has provided contact information for additional parking nearby. Per section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph E, and evidence provided by the applicant that no more than 6 vehicles are allowed on the property. The parking requirements are considered to be met. Septic and sanitary, the property is connected to the City of Baraboo Sanitary District and has received prior approval for the change in use from proper authorities. Well, the home is served by a private well. Property access, the site has existing access to Devil's Lake Parkway. Stormwater, the residence is not required to meet any additional stormwater regulations from Sauk County or the DNR. Special exception standards. In reviewing the special exception, the Board of Adjustment shall follow these standards. A, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use may not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the occupants of surrounding lands. The findings, the proposed use does not appear to endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the occupants of surrounding lands. There are many other lodging houses in this immediate area mixed in with single-family residences. House rules and rental agreement rules established by the property owners and third-party companies look to protect the guests and public at large. B, the use will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained so as to be compatible and be appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, and that such use may not change the essential character of the area by substantially impairing or diminishing the use, value, or enjoyment of existing or future permitted uses in the area. The finding, the house is existing and an appropriate in appearance with the character of the general vicinity, as it is a log-style house similar to that of other lodging houses and residences in the subdivision. The surrounding area is characterized by woods and cropland with residential homes mixed into the area as well. In reviewing the special exception, the Board of Adjustment shall consider the following: the erosion potential of the site based on topography, drainage, slope, soil type, and vegetative cover, and mitigation of erosion potential. The findings, the proposed use does not appear to cause any potential damage to drainage, slope, erosion, or vegetative cover, and there are no plans at this time for any new construction or modifications to the structure. B, the prevention and control of water pollution, including sedimentation and the potential impacts on floodplain and wetlands. The findings, this use should not cause any water pollution or sedimentation concerns. There does not appear to be any potential impacts on floodplain or wetlands, and there are no wetlands, streams, or floodplain adjacent to the property, and the applicant does not plan for any new construction or expansions at this time. C, whether the site has adequate utilities, including, if necessary, acceptable disposal systems. The findings, the site has existing connection to Baraboo sewer, water, and electricity to service the house. D, whether the site has access to roads and highways. The site has existing access to Devil's Lake Parkway. E, whether the site has suitable ingress and egress. The findings, the site has suitable ingress and egress from Devil's Lake Parkway. And F, whether the site is designed to minimize traffic congestion and the potential effect on traffic flow. The findings, the applicant has provided room for a total of 5 vehicles to park on the property. House rules indicate that no parking is allowed no on-street parking is allowed, and that renters may contact the property owner for additional off-site parking if needed. Per section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph E of the Sauk County Code of Ordinances, the requirement of 10 parking stalls may be modified at the discretion of the agency. The applicant has indicated that 5 stalls are provided in conjunction with house rules, indicating that no on-street parking is permitted. Sauk County LRE contends that the 5 provided stalls on site, along with additional parking provided upon request, will meet reasonable required parking accommodations for this property. Zoning ordinance secondary standards for a lodging house. 1, a septic verification or sanitary permit shall be required from Sauk County for any building that results in any change in use of the structure from the original use that results in an increased volume of wastewater above that for which the system was originally designed. Where cases of doubt exist as to the need of a sanitary permit, Sauk County shall be contacted before the change in use is made, and the zoning administrator shall determine the need for a sanitary permit. The finding, the property is connected to the City of Baraboo sewer system, which can handle the wastewater produced by the property. 2, the property must obtain all federal, state, and local permits. The findings, the applicant has been informed that they need to contact the Sauk County Public Health Department to ensure that applicable health department licenses are required by meeting the requirements of the state statutes to protect those who stay on the property. This license is a condition of the permit if approved. 3, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence and would not be transferable. The findings, the applicant has been made aware of this provision and is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. 4, annual inspection fees shall be established by the agency and be payable to Sauk County by June 1st of each year. The applicant has been made aware of this provision, and it is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. Plan Commission and Town recommendation. The Town of Baraboo has recommended approval at the March 14th, 2022 Town Board meeting. Land Resources and Environment staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval and staff submits that this application succeeds in meeting the standards and requirements of the special exception permit to be approved. Should the Board of Adjustment choose to approve the special exception permit, staff would recommend the following conditions be considered. A, all work on and use of the premises shall proceed with the plans and supplemental evidence presented at the hearing. It is the responsibility of the applicant to secure all required town, state, federal, and county permits. B, no work or rental shall be commenced prior to receiving the Board of Adjustment decision letter and securing required permits. C, off-street parking shall be in compliance with the Sauk County zoning ordinance. D, the applicant shall secure a state of Wisconsin lodging house, rooming house license to operate, and said license shall be provided to the department before any rentals can take place. The state license shall be renewed every year and provided to the department annually, no later than June 30th. Failure to comply with this condition shall result in the automatic suspension of the special exception permit and may result in revocation. E, the applicant shall meet the standards of Chapter ATCP 72 and provide the department with proof of compliance prior to being issued a Sauk County land use permit. No rentals shall take place until the department receives proof of said compliance. F, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence. It would not be transferable. G, an annual inspection fee shall be made payable to the department by June 1st of each year, as long as said provision is required by the Sauk County zoning ordinance. This inspection fee is due on approval and shall be paid prior to land use permit being issued. H, the permit shall be valid for 5 years from the date of the decision letter and may be renewed by the Board of Adjustment at that time. I, Sauk County Land Resources and Environment shall be granted permission to view the site to ensure compliance with these conditions and other relevant provisions of Sauk County ordinances. The power to ensure compliance with these conditions is given to the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment. If the department finds any of these conditions have been violated, they are hereby authorized to take corrective action either through suspension of the permit, citations, or by any means of enforcement that is within their power. J, failure by the applicant to follow all of the conditions set forth by the Sauk County Board of Adjustment is grounds for suspension or revocation of the special exception permit and possible enforcement action. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after suspension, the applicant must comply with all conditions established by the Board of Adjustment as determined by the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment Director or appear in front of the Board of Adjustment. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after revocation, the applicant must appear in front of the Board of Adjustment for a new hearing and comply with all requirements as outlined in this letter. Department recommendations recommends approval of petition 05-22. Everything was public notice, and then the video is not working, correct? Okay, so we did have a video of the property, but video is currently down.
Okay. That's the joy of technology. You start to depend on it, and then it kicks you. Any questions for Tate?
No complaints or violations in the last period?
None.
Okay.
Overall, we've had a number of these come through. Has there been any complaints or violations in the whole area?
Not that I'm aware of since I've started now.
Okay.
How many beds are in this facility?
Beds,
Beds or bedrooms?
I believe this was 4. I'm sorry, I'd have to pull up the.
4?
I believe so. I'd have to pull up the floor plans again. I
How
don't.
does that work when they have a maximum capacity of 16 total guests?
We can ask that of the
I don't know
applicant.
what page it's on, but rental party, the rental party shall consist of guests the following person, maximum 16 total guests listed below. So how does that work?
Is this for the
Is that
Skirlow?
that 16 guests, the septic won't handle that.
The city septic is.
No, this property is part of the City of Baraboo Sanitary District.
Yeah, and they already had some concerns on some other stuff back later on in the file. That was the one and only concern that the Baraboo Town Board had. And I guess they're gonna let them do something with the septic later on, but I'm just wondering how they can put a maximum of 16 guests when they only have 4 bedrooms.
I don't believe this is the same application.
That was a different one. We've got 4 of these today.
Yeah, I know, I'm reading it all off the same packet.
This one's connected to Baraboo Sewer.
This is the very first one on the docket.
It's 0522. The docket,
Parkways,
the docket comes
Devils
in
Lake Parkway?
alphabetical. The docket comes in alphabetical order.
is
I
this
went
the
through that
Devils
too.
Lake Parkway one?
Yes.
That's 5721.
Devils Lake Parkway, that's the one I'm on. concerns when they can say they can put 16 guests in a house that's only got 4 bedrooms.
This property is connected to the City of Baraboo Sanitary District.
Okay, we can talk to the applicant about that.
Okay.
Ooh, that's improvement.
I don't know.
So I guess
Is there a standard of
that is,
how many people per house?
that is something that the public health department will have to deal with when they do inspections, on their yearly inspections.
We know that the country septics that have a mound that's for 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms or 5 bedrooms, those have a bearing on it. But when it's city septic, there is no maximum amount they can put out. That's my opinion anyway, not fact. All right, no other questions for Tate? Would the applicant please come forward? Faster, faster. Now, my first instruction was to please come over and line up. You failed the first part. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
And your name and address for the record, please.
Dmitry Kostuk. I'm representing Oksana Kostuk and Vladimir Skorla, their son. And I'm just going to read some of the things here. We've purchased this log cabin at South 57, 21 Devil's Lake Parkway in 2013. We were granted a special exemption permit lodging house in 2014 for 3 years. In 2017, we were granted a 5-year extension for the permit. We have been diligent in establishing a satisfied repeat customer base and excellent relationships with the neighbors in the subdivision, including permanent, part-time, and other short-term rental owner neighbors. Since the original permit was issued, we have purchased the 3 vacant lots surrounding this home, which provides a quiet environment for the neighborhood and for the guests. We have set in motion plans to move to the Baraboo area, which my parents actually just moved in April to the Baraboo, so they're now residents. And some of the things about this cabin is that our home can accommodate up to 15 people. We will not take a large group consistent of only adults. So it will be adults and children. Some of the bedrooms, they have 3 beds, which is first and second kind of story beds, which mostly will fit kids. So we will not take 15 adults only for this cabin. We also have, we require, we have a quiet time, which is after 10 p.m. You cannot play loud music, and it doesn't matter whether it's a weekday or a weekend. And that's all I have for today.
Okay, so how many weekends of the 52 in a year would you say that this is rented out?
I would have to take a look at the calendar to tell you for sure.
Well,
I
we're
don't
just
want to give you
asking for a guesstimate.
a wrong statement, but I would say about 45.
Okay, so it's pretty good year-round for you.
Yes.
Okay. I believe yours was the first to come in and ask for a permit in this subdivision, and others have followed since it's worked out. Any other questions for the applicant? No? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? Anyone whose interest may appear? Seeing no one, we'll close this portion of the meeting, go into deliberation. It's been a clean unit? I guess the only thing I would add is to notify the neighbors. Oops. Oh.
For the town.
Oh, so, all right, we're gonna open up this portion of the meeting again.
Okay,
Raise your right hand.
Randy Puttkamer, I'm Town Board Supervisor, and I'm also on the Town Plan Commission.
Do you swear to tell the truth to the
Yes,
best of your
yes,
knowledge?
yes, I do.
Okay.
Okay, to clarify a few things that were brought up, yes, they're on the Baraboo Sanitary Sewer District, which is the city, and that was put through there when Devil's Lake was attached to the city sanitary. As far as applicants, I'm quite, people that they can have in the house, I'm quite sure that's based on square footage, eliminating such spaces as bathrooms, kitchen area, and that type of thing, is how they come up with that formula. As was mentioned, This was one of the, I believe, the second one in the town of Baraboo. And I would just like to add, these people have set the bar high. Every time we get a packet, and everything is in this packet with their resident agent for contact, their quiet, their sanitation, every single thing. And so again, like I say, they've set the bar high. We do have quite a number of these out there, and the town of Baraboo was on the same as the county every 5 years. Instead, we went to an annual permit at the township. That way they know that we will have the opportunity to come back to you and say those conditions aren't being met, so we don't have to play it out for 5 years. But we have never had a complaint yet on any of them out there, and this is why I guess I want to compliment them, because they help the township set the bar high. And the idea behind these were they wanted to purchase these properties, the town was able to develop that subdivision out there, and then eventually when they reach retirement age, they would move to the area, and as you can see, it's playing out in the very first one. So again, that's why the town would recommend for approval, because they're kind of our model.
Questions for him? No? All right, thank you, sir. Sorry, I talk so fast. I'll go slower next time. Anyone else, as interest may appear? Okay, seeing no one, now we'll close that portion of the meeting. I guess the only thing I would add is to notify the neighbors within 500 feet that the permit has been reapproved, and reiterate who the contact is for the township, the county, and within 15 minutes of the house. That's pretty standard these days. So, do I hear a motion?
Make that motion along with the LRE staff's recommendations.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You have your permit renewal, congratulations. All right, next.
Public notice is hereby given to all persons in the Sauk County of Sauk, Wisconsin, that the public hearing to be held April 28th at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter may be heard in the county boardroom of Sauk County West Square Building, Wisconsin, relative to proposal to vary or apply to the terms of the Sauk County zoning ordinance as follows. Petition 06-2022, a petition to consider a variance request pursuant to S 7.059 paragraph or subparagraph C of the Sauk County zoning ordinance for approval of a temporary secondary dwelling for a farm use that exceed the maximum square footage allowed. The variance request is associated with the land described as part of the southwest quarter of the northwest corner of section 27, township 10 north, range 5 east, including tax partial 020-0951-00000 in the town of Honey Creek, Sauk County, Wisconsin.
Please raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, to the best of your knowledge.
I do.
And name and address for the record, please.
Gina Templin Stewart, Land Resources and Environment Department. So I have a request from William and Alma Gasser for a variance pursuant to section 7.059, paren C, to allow the placement of a temporary secondary dwelling, which is a mobile home, which exceeds the square footage allowed in the ordinance. Their proposed structure is going to be 1,280 square feet, which would be requesting a variance of 480 square feet. Should the variance be approved, they would then be allowed to apply for a conditional use permit to allow for the placement of the mobile home. The applicants own and operate a century-plus farm that has been in their family since 1873. The applicants are fourth generation to own and operate the farm, and they intend to keep it within the family. They request to have the variance granted to allow their son and his growing family to place the temporary secondary dwelling on the operating farm that exceeds the square footage limitation in the ordinance. The request is temporary in nature, as in the future years when William and Alma leave their current residence located on the farm, Tim and his family will occupy that structure and remove the temporary secondary dwelling. The Sauk County zoning ordinance allows this use with a conditional use approval and a land use permit. The request for a variance is required due to the ordinance specifying a size limitation that the structure be no less than 400 square feet and no more than 800 square feet for the temporary dwelling. Based on the application provided, the Gassers are requesting an area variance. Under the variance criteria to be reviewed, unnecessary hardship. The staff findings, the applicant has explained that the need for the additional farm assistance and the desire for their son to be a part of their operating farm and eventually take over complete operation of the farm. In researching the options for a temporary secondary dwelling, mobile home, the applicants have discovered that units for sale create many complications. Many new mobile homes exceed the square footage allowed by ordinance, which you have some examples in Exhibit F. And the older mobile homes, while scarce, may be available, but at a cost to health and safety, as many of these mobile homes do not meet today's state and or federal codes. A second option that the applicants have looked into were similar to what many people refer to as a tiny home. While this unit could be found to meet the square footage required, the unit itself would not be allowed because they are considered a recreational vehicle per our ordinance. Sauk County does not allow this type of unit to be used as a dwelling. And the department recognizes that conformity with the restrictions in place would be unnecessarily burdensome and will require this young growing family to limit its dwelling options to those that don't meet current HUD, UDC, or public health criteria. There's a note in there, the department does not have responsibility to enforce federal, state, or town statutes, ordinances, or regulations, but non-compliance with these legal authorities may serve as a basis for the denial or revocation of any permit under Sauk County Code 7.007. Unique physical property limitations. The area variance being requested is due to a size limitation put on the structure itself. The structure meets all requirements of the ordinance pertaining to location, use, and setbacks. No harm to public interest. The applicant states that the public interest is met as the proposed temporary dwelling would not impede or be very obvious to travelers along Denzer Road or County Road PF. The proposed location is behind a large egg shed and would be the furthest structure from the road. The secondary structure will allow for this long-standing family farm to continue operations and remain in the family. The department submits as part of this review, the application must be analyzed for short-term, long-term, and cumulative effects of the variance on neighbors, community, and statewide public interest. The proposed structure is further from the road right-of-way than all of the other farm-related structures, as well as being screened by existing structures and not within view from any traveling on Denzer Road. Due to the proposed location and the use of the secondary temporary dwelling, harm to public interest is non-existent. The Town of Honey Creek Plan Commission reviewed the application for a variance on April 12th and forwarded recommendation of approval to the Town Board. The Town Board also met on April 12th and recommended approval of the variance request. Based on the information provided and the analysis of section 7.149(c), the staff submits that this application could meet the standards and requirements for a variance to be approved, as a request would not be contrary to public interest, where owning to special conditions, a literal enforcement will result in unnecessary hardship, and so that the spirit of the ordinance shall be observed and substantial justice done. Should you choose to approve the variance today, the staff would recommend the following conditions to be considered. All work on and use of the premises to proceed with the plans submitted today. All state, federal, county permits commenced or secured before operation or construction. No work shall be commenced prior to the Board of Adjustment decision letter and all other applicable permits. The applicant shall apply for a conditional use permit, which will allow for the placement and use of the temporary secondary dwelling for farm help. And then the department shall be granted permission to view the site and ensure compliance, and failure by the applicant to follow all standards of the conditions set forth today is grounds for enforcement action.
Okay, a couple of questions. It used to be that you could do a second dwelling on a farm for farm help. That has changed in the statutes?
It has not changed. Their use is allowed by ordinance. They just need a conditional use permit. What they're asking for a variance for is there's a secondary standard that the temporary structure fit between 400 square feet and 800 square feet.
That sounds new. How would giving a variance affect this long term? My understanding is a variance stays with the land.
It's a temporary use.
Okay.
So once the use is no longer needed, they have a deed restriction that will be placed on the property that goes through what they have to do to comply and stay in compliance while the use is there. once the use is no longer necessary, they have 30 days to remove the temporary structure, and then they file a new deed. Basically, it removes the deed restriction on the property, and they also apply for a new land use permit for a change of use.
Okay. Are they putting in a separate septic for this?
They are going to look into replacing the existing septic that's at the farm, and then they will connect to the septic for the main house, because putting in a new septic for a temporary structure is not financially
Yeah, doesn't
smart.
make sense.
Right.
What is considered temporary? It sounds like as long as they need it, it's allowed.
As long as they meet the criteria in the ordinance and any conditions that the LRE committee may put under a conditional use permit, if it's granted, they're allowed to have that temporary use, and then there's conditions that they have to follow once that is done. But that's not, the only thing that this board is looking at today is whether or not they meet the requirements for that square footage. That's it. The entire use is allowed by ordinance, and any conditions or requirements attached to that use would fall under the LRE committee under a conditional use permit.
Okay. Any more questions for Gina? No? Thank you, ma'am.
Good.
Very nice. Would the applicant please come forward? Okay, one at a time. Who's going first? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
Alma Gasser, address S9010 Denzer Road, Prairie du Sac, Wisconsin.
What would you like to tell us today?
Well, I guess I would like to tell you that, I guess as you've heard, that our family farm has been in the Gasser family since the 1870s. And we feel fortunate to live where we do. And we were blessed with 4 sons. And our son, Tim, and his wife enjoy dairy farming, and they're a young couple. So we're doing what we can to help them so that they can transition into the farm. And they do need a place to live. Dairy farmers, I'm sure you understand, they put in a tremendous amount of hours of work. And they're caring for animals. You need to live right on the facility where the animals are. So as far as them renting in town, that just would not work. So that's why we're applying to get some living space for them on our farm.
And you're not ready to retire yet?
No.
He looks like he is. We'll see what he has to say. Any questions? No? Thank you, madam. And you, sir, please raise your right hand. That other right hand.
Other right.
The other
Swear
right.
to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge.
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
William Gasser, S9010 Denzer Road, Prairie du Sac.
What would you like to tell us?
Like Alma said, I feel very fortunate that we have a son that's interested in continuing the farm, and I think the basis of family farming is having a family, and it is, I would say, difficult to raise a growing family in the square footage defined as between 400 and 800 when you're coming in at 10:30 or midnight after a long day of haying. You don't want to be stepping over kids in the living room, and they have two young daughters at this point. I don't know how many they plan to have, but I don't want to discourage them. So that's why we were asking for the extra room. So.
Okay. Any questions for him? No? All right, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? Anyone as interest may appear? Seeing no one, we'll close that portion of the hearing and go into deliberation. I'm amazed that it has a secondary standard that small. I mean, 30 years ago, we had a 16 by 80 on our farm, and there was no question about it. It was just listed as you can put a mobile home on without the numbers in there.
I think since they meet all the criteria to have the temporary home, the extra space on that size property is not gonna be an issue. I'm familiar with the farm, the location they're looking to put it seems appropriate, and I wouldn't see any concerns.
I see the town board approved it unanimously, and I think it's the recommendation of the Land Resource and Environment staff to approve it, so.
I was glad to hear that there was a way of dealing with the fact that this is a variance, because typically a variance stays with the property. So if you had a variance to put a permanent building in, that variance would stay there. So the fact that this does guarantee that it's only a temporary thing is good for the township and good for everybody else. So do we have a motion
I'll make that motion.
Second.
with the conditions of planning and zoning?
Sure.
Okay. I guess we shouldn't say planning and zoning anymore. It's land uses and environment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? You have permission to put in a larger structure. Next up.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Next.
Public notice is hereby given to all persons of County of Sauk, Wisconsin, that the public hearing will be held on April 28th at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter may be heard in the County Board Room in Sauk County, West Square Building, Baraboo, Wisconsin, relative to the proposal to vary or apply the terms of the Sauk County Shoreland Ordinance as follows. Petition 07-2022 to hear and decide an appeal pursuant to Section S 8.018, Paragraph 4, Subparagraph 3 of the Sauk County Shoreland Ordinance, where it is alleged that there is an error in the interpretation, order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the zoning administrator or any administrative official in the enforcement administration and interpretation of this chapter of Wisconsin Stat 59.69. The appeal pertains to the following decision of the Land Resource Department. 1, the applicant's retaining wall and fill material. Oh, we're on the wrong one.
I was
I'm
going to
so
say, I
sorry.
think that's the last one.
8, correct? Public hear.
We're on D.
Yeah. Public notice is hereby given to all persons in the Sauk County, Wisconsin, that the public hearing will be held on April 28th at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter may be heard in the county boardroom of the Sauk County West Square Building, Baraboo, Wisconsin, relative to proposal to vary or apply to the terms of the Sauk County zoning ordinance as follows. Petition 08-2022, a petition to consider a special exception permit request pursuant to S 7.036, Paragraph 5, Subparagraph 1 of the Sauk County zoning ordinance for approval of the lodging house located on S 3925 County Road BD. The special exceptions permit request associated with the land described as Lot 1 at CSM 2650 in part of the northeast corner of Section 21, Township 12 North and Range 6 East, Town of Baraboo, tax parcel number 002-0662-00000.
Okay, you've been sworn in already, so we'll let you go right to it.
Okay, this request is from the property owner Gregory Peckel to operate a lodging house here. Some background: the applicant purchased the property on March 23rd of 2022 and would like to utilize the house as a lodging house rental. Additional information can be found in the application Exhibit C. Analysis: the former property owner applied to Sauk County to request a rezone from commercial to agricultural district for the purpose of enabling the current property owner, Gregory Peckel, to apply for a special exception permit for a lodging house. Final approval for the rezone was done by the Sauk County Board of Supervisors on April 19th, and they recommended approval then. And the relevant plans include the Town of Baraboo Comprehensive Plan and Sauk County Comprehensive Plan. For the property itself, it is now zoned agricultural. The currently is a vacant house, and the proposed use is a lodging house. The property to the north is zoned commercial and resource conservancy and is vacant. Property to the south is zoned commercial and agricultural and is a retail store directly south, and there's a church 500 feet south of that. Property to the east is Resource Conservancy and farmland, and the property to the west is zoned Resource Conservancy and residential use. Parking. Required parking spaces based on the square footage of the house is 11 stalls per section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph B, and evidence provided by the applicant. A total of 14 parking spaces will be provided. According to the applicant, 8 spaces will be located in a gravel parking lot and 6 spaces will be located on a paved driveway. Septic and sanitary. The existing septic system is not permitted, nor is it sufficiently sized to support the proposed lodging house use. Soil tests for a new system have been filed with Sauk County and suggest a new system will be designed for an 8-bedroom tourist rooming house or lodging house. Authorization to utilize the structure as a lodging house cannot be granted by Sauk County in the form of an issued land use permit until the new system has been installed. Well, the home is served by a private well. Property access, the site has existing access from County Road BD. Stormwater, the residence is not required to meet any additional stormwater regulations. Zoning ordinance standards and criteria. A, the establishment, maintenance, operation of the proposed use may not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the occupants of surrounding lands. The findings, this proposed use does not appear to endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the occupants of surrounding lands. The general area consists of a mix of compatible uses, including agriculture, residential, retail business, a small RV campground, and the Ho Chunk Casino, which is located approximately 2 miles north of the site on County Road BD. The County Road BD corridor between the Baraboo area and Lake Dalton is recognized as a future corridor to be developed commercially with a focus on tourism and entertainment businesses. In addition to the existing and anticipated land uses in the area, the house rules and the rental agreements rules established by third-party companies look to protect the guests and public at large. B, the use will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained so as to be compatible and be appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, and that such use may not change the essential character of the area by substantially impairing or diminishing the use, value, or enjoyment of the existing or future permitted uses in the area. The findings, the house is existing and is inappropriate in appearance with the character of the general vicinity, as it is a log-style home similar to that of the adjacent business. The surrounding area is characterized by a mix of open spaces and developed land uses. In reviewing this special exception, the Board of Adjustment shall consider the following. A, the erosion potential of the site based on topography, drainage, slope, soil type, and vegetative cover and mitigation of erosion potential. The findings, the proposed use does not appear to cause potential damage to drainage, slope, vegetative cover, or anything else, etc. There are no plans at this time for any new construction or modifications of the structure. B, prevention and control of water pollution, including sedimentation and the potential impacts on floodplain and wetlands. The findings, this use should not cause any water pollution or sedimentation concerns. There does not appear to be any potential impacts on floodplain or wetland. There are no wetlands, floodplains, or streams adjacent to the property, and there are no indications by the applicant for any new construction or expansions to the property. C, whether the site has adequate utilities, including, if necessary, acceptable disposal systems. The findings, a new septic system will be installed to accommodate the lodging house use. There is an existing potable water well and electricity exists to service the house. D, whether the site has access to roads and highways. The findings, the site has existing access to County Road BD. E, whether the site has suitable ingress and egress. The site has suitable ingress and egress from County Road BD. And F, whether the site is designed to minimize traffic congestion and the potential effect on traffic flow. The findings, the applicant has provided room for a total of 14 vehicles to park on the property. Adequate space is provided for the movement of vehicles on this property. Zoning ordinance secondary standards for section 7.083 lodging houses. 1, septic verification or sanitary permit shall be required from Sauk County for any building that results in any change in use of the structure from the original use that results in an increased volume of wastewater above that for which the system was originally designed. Where cases of doubt exist as to the need of a sanitary permit, Sauk County shall be contacted before the change in use is made, and a zoning administrator shall determine the need for a sanitary permit. The findings, a new septic system will be designed and installed to accommodate the lodging house use consisting of 8 bedrooms. The septic system must be installed prior to the issuance of a land use permit by Sauk County permitting the lodging house use. 2, the property must obtain all federal, state, and local permits. The findings, the applicant has been informed that they need to contact Sauk County Public Health Department to ensure the applicable health department license is acquired by meeting the requirements of state statutes to protect those who stay on the property. This license is a condition of the permit if approved. 3, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence and it would not be transferable. The findings, the applicant has been made aware of this provision and it is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. 4, the annual inspection fee shall be established by the agency and be payable to Sauk County by June 1st of each year. The applicant has been made aware of this provision and is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. Plan Commission Town recommendation, the Town of Baraboo Plan Commission recommended approval at their April 4th meeting, and the Town Board recommended approval at the April 11th, 2022 meeting. Land Resources Environment staff recommendation, based on the information provided and analysis of section 7.152, paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, and section 7.083 of the Sauk County Code of Ordinances, staff submits that this application succeeds in meeting the standards and requirements for a special exception permit to be approved. Should the Board of Adjustment choose to approve the special exception permit, staff would recommend the following conditions be considered. A, all work on and use of the premises shall proceed with the plans and supplemental evidence presented at the hearing today. It is the responsibility of the applicant to secure all required town, state, federal, and county permits. B, no work or rental shall be commenced prior to receiving the Board of Adjustment decision letter and securing the required permits. C, off-street parking shall be in compliance with the Sauk County zoning ordinance. D, the applicant shall secure a state of Wisconsin lodging house and tourist rooming house license to operate, and said license shall be provided to the department before any rentals can take place. The state license shall be renewed every year and provided to the health department annually, no later than June 30th. Failure to comply with this condition shall result in the automatic suspension of the special exception permit and may result in a revocation. E, the applicant shall meet the standards of Chapter ATCP 72 and provide the department with a proof of compliance prior to being issued a Sauk County land use permit. No rentals shall take place until the department receives said proof of said compliance. The permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence and it would not be transferable. G, an annual inspection fee shall be made payable to the department by June 1st of each year as long as said provision is required by the Sauk County zoning ordinance. This inspection fee is due on approval and shall be paid prior to land use permit being issued. H, notification letter providing contact for the property owners to all landowners within the subdivision. I believe that one may have been a leftover from a previous one.
Right, it needs a different descriptor.
I, the house rules shall state designated quiet hours and prohibit camping and fireworks on the property. J, emergency contact information shall be provided to the renters for the township, county, and emergency services. K, contact information for an agent for the property within 15 minutes shall be provided to the renters. L, Sauk County Land Resources and Environment shall be granted permission to view the site to ensure compliance with these conditions and other relevant provisions of Sauk County ordinances. The power to ensure compliance with these conditions is given to Sauk County Land Resources and Environment. If the department finds that any of these conditions have been violated, they are hereby authorized to take corrective action, either through suspension of the permit, citations, or any other means of enforcement that is within their power. M, a new septic system shall be designed and installed to accommodate a lodging house use. The septic system must be installed in conjunction with and prior to the issuance of a land use permit by Sauk County Land Resources and Environment Department. N, advertising of the lodging house for rent shall not be permitted until after a land use permit has been issued by the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment Department. O, failure by the applicant to follow all of the conditions set forth by the Sauk County Board of Adjustment is grounds for suspension or revocation of the special exception permit and possible enforcement action. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after suspension, the applicant must comply with all conditions established by the Board of Adjustment as determined by the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment Director, or appear in front of the Board of Adjustment. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after revocation, the applicant must appear in front of the Board of Adjustment for a new hearing and comply with all requirements as outlined in this letter. The department recommendation, the department recommends approval of petition 08-22. And is the video working? I believe there was a video for this one too. That is looking west towards the property itself and the house. And that is the detached garage, and then that was, I is going south on County Road BD towards Baraboo. We're now looking towards the east at open agricultural fields. They backed up. And then up to the north is, I believe, one residence a little ways to the north there, and then up north is going towards Lake Delton then, since it doesn't want to cooperate.
That was a nice speed going around in a circle. You should actually focus on things as they went by.
It'll mute her.
Thank you.
All right. So yes, on H, the notification letter providing the contact information for the county, township, and representative is how that should be phrased.
Okay.
And in this case, they're all a little bit different. This case is kind of a commercial use, so I'm not sure how far away. We should say I only saw a couple of houses in there.
Sorry, I don't know that
Yeah.
distance and how far away they are there.
Yeah, I don't either. Any other questions for Kate? Nope. See you guys.
One question I have is, why was this rezoned to agriculture?
It was rezoned to agriculture because a lodging house is not permitted in commercial zoning. So
Right.
they had to petition to rezone to agriculture to allow for this use.
Why not residential?
Because that would have constituted a spot zone, which is not permitted. There are other agricultural zone parcels nearby.
And this new zoning fits in with the future development plans?
It does for this use, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would the applicant please come forward? No applicant?
Looks like we may have an agent for the applicant.
Agent, okay.
Apparently not.
So is there anyone coming, Tate? Okay. That's interesting. Anyone else in favor? Okay.
Okay.
Name again?
Randy Puttcomer, Town Board Supervisor, and also on the Town of Baraboo Plan Commission. The reason this was commercial zoning, this was a model home, and it was only built for model log home sales. And so it's a very large square footage. And the septic system comes into play because it was never going to be lived in, so therefore it was just hooked to a previous septic that was on site so that they could get their land use permit to build the model log home. I was Plan Commission Chair at the time this started going on the market, and I had numerous inquiries about it, and I will say the gentleman that purchased it understood the jumps that had to take place. One, the rezone. In the town of Baraboo, we do not want to spot rezone, agricultural fit, and so that why it was a good use. There was also a little quirk in there that the size of the lot was undersized, but they went and they remeasured it, and it meant, so we approved the rezone at the township level, which came forward. Again, we go on an annual basis. We wanted the contingency of the septic because I have seen the plans of this septic. It is absolutely huge, as you can imagine. And it's totally understandable from the town when we had it brought to us. No one's going to build that size septic until you know you're going to be able to operate as a tourist, as a lodging house. So therefore, that was a condition we wanted, which at the town, we feel quite secure because we do not issue them their town permit until they show us their county permit. So until they're not gonna get it from the county until the septic is completed and meets everything, and then they'll get theirs from the township. So, I mean, it's kind of the cart in front of the horse a little bit, but it's totally understandable in this situation. And like I say, with talking with potential buyers, this one seemed to understand the problems. So, from the town standpoint, it's rezoned, it fits, they are gonna meet the criteria, and it's gonna be a use for an absolutely huge log home.
Better than empty. Okay, so for some reason the applicant isn't here. Do you know anything?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you feel there was any other information presented to the town that we should know about?
No, he's well aware that we're going to, he, like I say, this kept getting put off because he kept doing everything we were asking. And they wanted to do the sale, and they had to get the rezone done. And he's been informed and shown what is going to be required of him as far as like the packet I showed you, because we make them all do that. Pictures, resident agent, and I know the resident agent is going to be someone within our required distance and so forth. So I guess we'll get to that there, because again, it's cart in front of the horse, but if you saw the engineered plan, you'd understand also that, yeah, I wouldn't build it if I wasn't going to have the use.
So you don't need that largest septic for a few people visiting, whatever else it could be?
No. So, again, they've met the criteria of what is required at the town, but the only thing is, we want to make sure that septic is put in, before, and I was assured from the office that, yes, they're not gonna get the permits, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Cart in front of the horse, because of, you don't build that if you're not gonna have this available use, so.
Other questions for Randy? Nope, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
Cindy Benich with Patriot Properties. Our office is in 204 Raven Valley Road in Wanakee, Wisconsin.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
We are in contact with the owner, Greg Pecco. We'll be the professional management company for it. And my understanding, he was supposed to be here today, so I didn't have plans to speak on his behalf. So I'm happy to help answer any additional questions that you may have.
Do you have a lot of these that you manage
We do.
as property manager?
Mhm.
Okay,
As lodging houses, yes.
okay.
You're in Wanakee, you said?
Correct. Our home base is Wanakee, but we have staff in Baraboo.
Anything else?
And I can just speak to the septic. I know he's working with Jeff Foster to get those plans arranged and stuff like that. But again, just wanting to make sure that it could be actually work to get the lodging house in place. But he is working again with Foster Plumbing to have that taken care of.
When do you anticipate that this would be ready for rentals?
Well, the hope is June 1, but we don't anticipate that happening. Obviously, with the weather and other things that Wisconsin is providing us, we won't be able to do some of the renovation work and the septic, I think, in time. So we shall wait and see when we can get that all done.
Okay, so do you advertise on Airbnb? Where does your clientele come from?
There's no advertising for this property at this time, but our company does work with a multitude of online platforms, including Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia, VRBO, and then the owner's word of mouth also.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, you will just have to fill out one of these sheets back there. Thank you.
Anyone opposed? Anyone as interest may appear? Seeing no one, we'll close this portion of the hearing and go into deliberation. So we have the choice between making a decision on the permit or postponing it for another meeting so that the applicant can be here? Do you feel you have enough information to make a decision?
I think it's been explained very well. Gina had her hand up, that's not good.
The department requires that the applicant appear because they're
Oh,
required to give testimony. We are not allowed to testify for the applicant.
Okay.
We're only allowed to give you staff input. And then there are conditions recommended that the applicant needs to be aware of or take part in as part of this public hearing.
The applicant's registered agent isn't present, so does that not constitute as the applicant being present?
If she would like to appear as the applicant or the registered agent, then that's something you guys can decide. Or if she's merely speaking as an interested party, we're in favor. That's it.
I would say let her speak on behalf of the applicant. They are the registered agent.
Okay, well, we'll bring her back up in a few minutes and confirm that with her, that she feels that she can do that.
Otherwise, I think we have plenty of information. It's been, like he said, well explained and explained again.
It's a good location for something that big.
Yep.
Definitely.
The only pending thing is the septic.
Yep, for all the permit, and it sounds very nicely that this guy's gone through all of the hoops and was very careful to make sure things were done. So, okay, with that, would you please come back up? And your name again?
Cindy Benish.
Okay, Cindy, are you comfortable as the agent for the applicant?
Yes, I would be comfortable with that.
Okay, so we can list her as that? Thank you. Do we hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the LRA staff recommendations.
Second?
Second?
It's always a tie at the second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? All right. Next.
I think that's the right way to handle it.
Please take note that the Sauk County Board of Adjustments will hold a public hearing on April 28, 2022 at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter as a matter may be heard in the county boardroom at the Sauk County West Square Building in the city of Baraboo to consider petition 09-2022, granting a special exceptions permit to authorize permit pursuant to S 7.036, paragraph 5, subparagraph A, to authorize the operation of a lodging house. This property is located in the single-family residential zoning district on a real estate described as S 2025 Park Lane, located in part of the section of 25, Town 13 North, Range 5 East, Town of Dalona. Tax parcel 006-1093-11600 as further described in the petition 09-2022.
You again.
Yeah,
All
I'm not
right.
done
You
yet.
get to do a lot of reading.
Yeah.
Done with your water glass. Oh, I see you've got some. And what would you like to tell us now?
This request is from Chris Gantz, doing business as Patriot Properties, Property Management Group for the applicant. The property owners are Andriy Rapella and Anastasia Gorodnia. I believe I may have mispronounced their names, but that is my best try. So this property is located at S2025 Park Lane in the town of Dalona. Some background: in December 2021, Sauk County Land Resources and Environment staff was contacted by Anastasia about operating a lodging house on this property. Staff explained the process and provided an email with the necessary special exception permit application, town acknowledgement form, and explained what was needed for this application. Multiple complaints of the property being used and advertised as a lodging house were received beginning on January 3rd, 2022 from surrounding property owners within the subdivision. Definition of a lodging house described in section 7.011, paragraph 61, is below and states that the advertisement of a lodging house is deemed as operation of a lodging house. And then this definition is provided there. If you'd like me to read that, I will. Okay. A letter was mailed to the property owners dated January 4th, 2022, issuing a stop work order to remove the advertisements by January 12th and cease any rentals of the property. After no response, a second letter was mailed dated January 21st, 2022, with a stop work order to remove all advertisements by January 31st and cease any rentals of the property. A citation was sent by certified mail to each property owner dated February 4th, 2022, as the advertisement of the property as a lodging house had not been removed. A second citation was sent by certified mail to each property owner dated February 23rd, as the advertisement of the property as a lodging house had still not been removed. Citations were issued to each property owner and the property management group advertising the property online on March 7th, 2022 for the operation of a lodging house prior to receiving approval from the Sauk County Board of Adjustment and securing the required state, county, and local permits. On March 8th, 2022, a special exception permit application was deemed complete by Sauk County LRE staff and assigned a public hearing date of April 28th, 2022 for consideration by the Sauk County Board of Adjustment. This application for a special exception permit does not allow them to continue to use the property in violation of Sauk County ordinances as of the date of this draft staff report. The property continues to advertise for the short-term rentals. No prior violations or citations or current citations may preclude a property owner from applying for a special exception permit, though. Analysis: the current zoning is single-family residential. The zoning will remain the same. Relevant plans include the Town of Delano Comprehensive Plan and Sauk County Comprehensive Plan. For the properties, the property itself is zoned single-family residential, and the prior use was a single-family residence, and the proposed use is a lodging house. The property to the north is zoned single-family residential and is a single-family residence. Property to the south is single-family residential, and the land use is a single-family residence. Property to the east is zoned single-family residential and is vacant. And the property to the west is single-family residential, and the land use is the same. Parking: the parking requirements for a lodging house, as stated in section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph B, indicated that 4.5 parking stalls are required per 1,000 feet of floor area. The provided floor plans indicate that the house is about 4,000 square feet of floor area, which would require 18 parking stalls. The parking plan provided by the applicant shows 10 parking spots are available for use in the driveway. Section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph E, allows for these requirements to be modified at the discretion of the agency or zoning administrator. Based on this ordinance and the provided parking plan of 10 stalls, this requirement is considered to be met by Sauk County Land Resources and Environment. Septic: Sauk County records indicate that a 600-gallon per day mound septic system was installed on the property in 2002, which is suitable for up to 4 bedrooms or 8 people per the state sizing requirements listed in Wisconsin Administrative Code, SPS 383, for residential uses. The property is currently in violation of Sauk County Sanitary Code and SPS 383 due to the unpermitted change of use and not addressing the septic system with that change of use. Well: the home is served by a private well. Property access: the site has existing access to Park Lane. Stormwater: the residence is not required to meet any additional stormwater regulations. Zoning ordinance standards and criteria: in reviewing a special exception permit, the Board of Adjustment shall follow the standards of section 7.152, paragraph 5 and paragraph 6. A, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use may not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of occupants of surrounding lands. The findings: the applicant states that the home will remain as is with no changes to the structure or surrounding land. A professional cleaning staff, vendors, and maintenance team will address maintenance and property needs as they arise, as indicated by the applicant in the application. The property owner has provided a list of measures in place to minimize disturbance to neighboring property owners, such as noise-aware party prevention technology and screening of guests through their listing services. Uses of the property may be restricted per a covenant recorded with the Sauk County Register of Deeds, which is Exhibit F in the packet. B, the use will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained so as to be compatible and be appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, and that such use may not change the essential character of the area by substantially impairing or diminishing the use, value, or enjoyment of existing or future permitted uses in the area. The findings: the location of the proposed lodging house is in a subdivision of Lake Delona. The house is existing and is an appropriate appearance with the character of the general vicinity. The proximity to neighbors and use of other properties, including a recorded document limiting uses in the subdivision to single-family only, should be considered to verify that this use will not change the essential character of the area. The application, Exhibit C, includes house rules with additional house rules listed on the booking platforms, which appear to address no smoking, pets, parties, or events are allowed on the property. The application states that high-tech management systems are placed in the home to including noise-aware party prevention technology, and that all guests are screened and vetted through their listing services. In reviewing the special exception, the Board of Adjustment shall consider the following criteria. A, the erosion potential of the site based on topography, drainage, slope, soil type, and vegetative cover and mitigation of erosion potential. The findings, the structure is already built and there are no additional concerns of erosion as no additional plans for construction have been provided. B, the prevention and control of water pollution, including sedimentation and the potential impacts on floodplain and wetlands. The findings, no additional development is proposed, so there is no additional concern of water pollution or impacts to wetlands or floodplains at this time. C, whether the site has adequate utilities, including, if necessary, acceptable disposal systems. The findings, the site has an existing well for water as well as electricity to service the house. Sauk County records indicate that a 600-gallon per day mound system was installed on the property in 2002, which was suitable for 4 bedrooms or up to 8 people per the state sizing requirements listed in Wisconsin Administrative Code, SPS 383, for single-family residential uses. Verification shall be provided by a master plumber that the current system can accommodate a change in use to a commercial sanitary system serving a lodging house and the maximum number of guests, and as a recommendation if approved. Criteria to be met includes the following statement from State Administrative Code. Would you like that Administrative Code read to you then?
No, I think that's okay.
Okay. D, whether the site has access to roads and highways. The findings, the site has existing access to Park Lane. As a residential use, the owner should contact the town of Delona to verify whether or not a driveway permit or approval is needed for the more intensive change in use of the property. E, whether the site has suitable ingress and egress. The findings, the site has suitable ingress and egress from Park Lane for a residential property. The owner again should contact the town of Delona to verify whether or not a driveway permit or approval is needed for a more intensive change in use to the property. F, whether the site is designed to minimize traffic congestion and the potential impact on traffic flow. Section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph B, lists the use of a lodging house as moderate parking. This lists that space shall be provided to park 4.5 vehicles per 1,000 feet of floor area or 1 vehicle per 4 beds or chairs as applicable, whichever number is more restrictive. Based on the combined square footage of the floors, there should be 18 parking stalls. However, section 7.092, paragraph 5, subparagraph E reads, these requirements may be modified at any time at the discretion of the agency or zoning administrator, provided that the purpose of the subchapter is met. The applicant has indicated that the parking is available for up to 10 vehicles on the driveway, which Sauk County LRE staff has determined to meet the purpose of the subchapter. And the site has current access to Park Lane as a residential use, and the owner should contact the town of Delona to verify whether or not a driveway permit or approval is needed for a more intensive change in use of the property to a lodging house. Zoning ordinance secondary standards, section 7.083. Excuse me. Number 1, a septic verification or a sanitary permit shall be required from Sauk County for any building that results in any change in use of the structure from its original use that results in an increased volume of wastewater above that for which the system was originally designed. Where cases of doubt exist as to the need for a sanitary permit, Sauk County shall be contacted before the change in use is made, and the zoning administrator shall determine the need for a sanitary permit. Findings, there may be a change in wastewater flow as a result of the change in use from a 4-bedroom single-family residence, which the mound was permitted as, to a commercial use as a 4-bedroom lodging house with a maximum guest occupancy. A lows and flows meter shall be installed on the sanitary system to monitor the use. Readings shall be taken by a licensed master plumber with written verification of a new appropriately sized sanitary system being required or the current system being able to handle the change in use is required. 2, the property must obtain all federal, state, and local permits. The findings, the applicant has been informed that they need to contact the Sauk County Public Health Department to ensure the applicable health department license is acquired by meeting the requirements of state statutes to protect those who stay on the property. This license is a condition of the permit if approved. 3, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence. It would not be transferable. The applicant has been made aware of this provision, and it is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. 4, an annual inspection fee shall be established by the agency and be payable to Sauk County by June 1st of each year. Finding the applicant has been made aware of this provision, and it is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. Plan Commission and Town recommendation. On March 14th, the Town Plan Commission of the Town of Delona forwarded a recommendation to the Town Board. The Town Board recommended denial of the request at the March 14th Town meeting. Land Resources and Environment Staff recommendation. Based on the information provided and the analysis of Section 7.151, Paragraph 5, Subparagraph A and Subparagraph B, and Section 7.151, Paragraph 6, Subparagraphs A through F of the Sauk County Code of Ordinances, staff submits that this application could meet the standards and requirements for a special exception permit to be approved. Should the board determine that Section 7.142, Paragraph 5, Subparagraph A and Subparagraph B are not compromised or diminished due to the covenants required for the subdivision in which the property is located. Should the Board of Adjustment choose to approve the special exception permit, staff would recommend the following conditions be considered. A, all work on and use of the premises shall proceed with the plans and supplemental evidence provided as part of the record to the Board of Adjustment on April 28th, 2022, presented at the hearing. It is the responsibility of the applicant to secure all required town, state, federal, and county permits. Failure to secure all required town, state, federal, and county permits are ground for suspension or possible revocation. B, the property owner shall apply for and be issued a land use permit by the department pursuant to Sauk County Code 7.153, Land Use Permits, Review Procedure and Standards. This land use permit shall not be issued until the applicant meets all required conditions of the SEP approval, and no rentals shall be commenced prior to receiving the Board of Adjustment decision letter and all appropriate permits. C, off-street parking shall be in compliance with the Sauk County zoning ordinance. D, the applicant shall secure a state of Wisconsin lodging house, rooming house license to operate, and said license shall be provided to the department before any rentals can take place. The state license shall be renewed every year and provided to the department annually, no later than June 30th. Failure to comply with this condition shall result in the automatic suspension of the special exception permit and may result in revocation. E, the applicant shall meet the standards of Chapter ATCP 72 and provide the department with proof of compliance prior to being issued a Sauk County land use permit. No rentals shall take place until the department receives proof of said compliance. F, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence and will not be transferable. G, the applicant shall secure a permit or the approvals by the Town of Delona that the existing driveway meets all town regulations for the change in use from a single-family residential use to a more intensive use as a lodging house and short-term rental. H, a septic verification shall be completed by a licensed master plumber and verify the change in use from a single-family residential use to a commercial use can be accommodated by the current septic system. The licensed plumber shall provide detailed documentation to Sauk County of that verification within 45 days. If the change in use cannot be accommodated, a new appropriately sized septic system shall be designed for, approved by the appropriate authorities, and installed according to submitted plans. Rentals shall not exceed eight persons maximum until verification is provided or a new septic system is installed to handle a larger accommodations. I, an annual inspection fee shall be payable to the department by June 1st of each year if said provision is required by the Sauk County zoning ordinance. This inspection fee is due on approval and shall be paid prior to a land use permit being issued. J, this permit shall be valid for 5 years from the date of decision letter and may be renewed by the Board of Adjustment at that time. K, Sauk County Land Resources and Environments shall be granted permission to view the site to ensure compliance with these conditions and other relevant provisions of Sauk County ordinances. The power to ensure compliance with these conditions is given to Sauk County Land Resources and Environment. If the department finds any of these conditions have been violated, they are hereby authorized to take corrective action either through suspension of the permit, citations, or by any means of enforcement that is within their power. L, failure by the applicant to follow all these conditions set forth by the Sauk County Board of Adjustment is grounds for suspension or revocation of the special exception permit and possible enforcement action. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after suspension, the applicant must comply with all conditions established by the Board of Adjustment as determined by the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment Director or appear in front of the Board of Adjustment. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after revocation, the applicant must appear in front of the Board of Adjustment for a new hearing and comply with all requirements as outlined in this letter.
Questions?
I do. This might be for you, it might be for Brian Desmond. The town board unanimously denied it. Do we have the authority to override that?
Swear to tell the truth, to the best of your knowledge?
I do. My name is Brian Desmond. I am the Corporation Counsel for Sauk County. Yes, I believe that's only a recommendation from the town board. I don't believe you have to follow it. The other point I want to make for you before the public starts speaking, in this subdivision, there is a restrictive covenant that limits the use of the property to single-family zoning. There is case law, which is the Sills versus Walworth County case. And just for the record, I'll give you the legal citation for that. It is 254 Wisconsin 2nd, 538. I want the board and the public to be aware that your decision cannot be based on that private restrictive covenant. The case law basically states that if you make a decision based on that private restrictive covenant, you are essentially delegating, the county's legal authority to what is essentially a private contractual relationship. You're not allowed to do that. So I just want to make you aware. I see that in the record that covenant is probably going to be part of the discussion here, but your decision cannot be based on that. You can certainly take into account that it's single-family zoning. You can certainly take into account the nature of the neighborhood there. However, you can't just have your decision say the restrictive covenants don't allow it, and therefore, we are denying this. Should you choose to authorize this permit today, there still is recourse for the property owners and that property owners association. That would be a private legal action that they would have to take to the courts themselves to enforce the contract that they have amongst the property owners in that subdivision. I just wanted to make everybody aware of that as we move forward, especially the board and the public, so we're all aware of what the legal standards are at this time.
Questions?
So explain that just a little more in general terms. We cannot deny it for what reason?
Because the restrictive covenants say that the property use has to be single family.
Oh, all right. So that doesn't have anything to do with what the township recommended, correct?
I believe that may have been part of the township's decision, right, wrong, or indifferent, but yeah, you can still approve this even if the town made that recommendation to you to deny. You have that authority.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And I do have printouts also of what was provided by some in opposition, if you guys would like the printouts. Otherwise, I know they were attached to Granicus. But here's a packet
No,
for everyone.
I don't think we need them.
I don't need it.
Okay.
I have one question for you. The
Yep.
current septic system is non-compliant for this use, is that correct?
For the use, yes.
Or it hasn't been approved.
Yeah, lodging houses are considered commercial use by Department of Safety and Professional Services, and it was.
Did I misunderstand you, or did you say the septic would support 8 people?
That is what it was sized for, eight people as a single-family residential use.
Right, and they don't have evidence whether it will or will not, because they
Okay.
don't have the septic inspection yet.
So what's the recommendation from the staff?
That is, the staff has not made a recommendation. They're leaving that decision up to the board.
Nice and medium there.
The staff comes with if you decide to approve, these are the conditions that should be on it. So, they're representing everybody, so they can't pick sides. Anything else for Tate? No? Okay, would the applicant please come forward? State your name.
Cindy Benish.
Are you the agent for the applicant?
I'm an agent of Patriot Properties.
Oh, okay, all right. And what would you like to tell us about this one?
We are just helping the permit along from the owners.
Okay, and why has this been used as a rental property?
The owners purchased it as a vacation home.
Right, but I mean, they don't have permits. They know they don't have permits, and yet they're renting it out. And you know they don't have permits, but they're renting it out.
What the homeowners choose to do and who they have to stay outside of our management, we don't have control over.
You're not actively advertising it and booking?
Nope,
This
there's no
property?
active advertisement at this time.
Are you currently booking stays for this?
No.
Are there any on the books in the future after today's date that you're aware of?
Yes.
Okay, so the applicant has already done some booking? Is that my understanding? Because you said you didn't do the booking.
Correct.
And how many stays would you estimate there is on the books?
I believe at this time 3 or 4 in the summer.
Okay.
And it could be, again, I'm not sure if they're collecting payment on those or if it's friends or family. Again, it's their vacation home. And if they'd like us to block off calendar dates, we do that.
Okay.
And the applicant is not present
No.
today? Okay.
All right. And, all right, thank you.
Yep, and just in regards to the septic stuff, I do believe Master Plumber Joe Seeps has been in contact with the county and is working to get the septic inspection and the commercial status up to date.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? All right, would you please line up over here? And if somebody says the same thing you're going to, just say you agree with the other person for expediency.
Is there a time limit on each person?
Usually we try to stay at 3 minutes, and so, like I said, if you agree with what somebody else says, just say you agree with it. We will consider that as being listened to. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
Lynn Eberl, S913 Christmas Mountain Drive.
And what would you like to tell us today?
I have served for the last several years as a member of the Delona Plan Commission and the town clerk for the town of Delona. I'd like to just make several comments. I'd like to first, I understand that you're looking at, will this change the characteristics of the neighborhood or the use, value, or future uses of this property? I'd like to give you some background on this neighborhood. This is a very unique neighborhood in that it constitutes a dead-end, redundant, cul-de-sac off of Herwig Road. I have a map here that would show you where it is. I'll pass that on and you can take a look at it.
What's the next number? Do you know what the next number would be for? We have to label all of these. And then
Understood.
We'll keep this in. All right, and so you're here?
Yep, you see the arrow to the right of where you were circling?
Okay, down there, yeah.
Okay. This is a cul-de-sac. It has 17 lots, of which 15 are built. It is basically surrounded by undeveloped property. To the north lies a small lake called Lake Delona. To the west and south, it's undeveloped. To the east, there are a couple residences. Because of its remoteness and the fact that it's completely wooded surrounding it, this is a really kind of an unusual property, and there's virtually no traffic. Right or wrongly, the residents consider the street to be part of the playground for their kids and where they walk. They have a sort of a de facto homeowners association or neighborhood patrol because they all know who lives there. There's no one else that comes into this area. And so they feel they enjoy a rather more secure status than neighborhoods, for example, where I live at Christmas Mountain, where we've got lots of traffic coming through. So I wanted to give you that picture of the neighborhood. I also wanted to give you a picture of what's in there. If you look at the map that we're passing around, you'll see that the
Kate,
applicant
number?
property
G?
is almost located in the very center of this development. The average fair market value assigned by the assessor for 2021 in this neighborhood, the average, is $337,000. The 2021 assessed fair market value for this subject property was $551,000. It is the largest property in the neighborhood. We believe that the owner purchased this property strictly as a commercial investment. And at the March Plan Commission meeting, Anastasia stated that they had never had any intention of occupying this property, and they had bought it strictly as a rental property. They had no intention to reside. They are out-of-state owners. The assessed fair market value at that date was $551,000. The commercial intent, I think, is supported by the fact that they paid $900,000 for this house. And if you want it, I have the state tax return here that discloses that that was the purchase price. So our sense as a town is this really compromises the characteristics of the neighborhood because it clearly is intended as a commercial venture. It's currently assessed as single-family residential, and my assessor tells me that if this is approved and they continue to operate, it will have to be reassessed as commercial. So we think that's some indication that this is a change to the neighborhood. Variously, I've heard reports and I've seen evidence that they are advertising this for anywhere from 14 to 18 residents. 14 to 18 residents and a nightly fee of in excess of $1,000. They began renting the property in December and generally has been rented for most weekends since, including just 4 days ago. They've reported to us that, and they have made representations that they have technology about no parties and things like this. I don't know what family rents a 14 to 18 bed property at $1,000 something a night. What's generally been in it has been parties. This last weekend, it was a bachelorette party. And that was admitted by some of the people who were there participating in it. You will hear evidence from the neighbors who actually did a video of talking to one of the people who was there. So the notion that there's party preference or party prevention standards isn't working. There was also a sheriff's call back in February where there was noise, reported to be a scantily dressed, inebriated female dancing outside, 11 o'clock at night in February. I don't know about that. But the sheriff did respond, and I have a copy of the report. So all of these things we think compromise the characteristic of the neighborhood. This is going to be a commercial property. It's centrally located. It's going to bring more traffic. It's going to bring strangers to the neighborhood. I mean, just seen this thing about this little girl down in Janesville the other day. This is a big deal with people who have children that they've been able to allow to play outside. They aren't going to feel safe doing that. The violations. This property has been in violation since the beginning of the year. It's been rented on numerous weekends. It does not have a permit. The owners, Anastasia, was informed at the March meeting that she did not have a permit, should not be operating. The Plan Commission meeting. She did not attend the April meeting. Right now, there are, and I've been informed, $44,000 and change outstanding in citations that have been assessed by the county on this property. And at a court hearing last week, the owner's representative, the lawyer, indicated they were going to fight having to pay these citations. So we see these as a compromise of the characteristic of the neighborhood. It's bringing large groups of guests in. There is no on-site management. At the April Plan Commission meeting, a young man appeared to identify himself as the owner's representative because Town of Delona has an ordinance that says if you're going to do short-term rental, you need to have a representative within 30 minutes who's supposed to be responsible for these issues. He stated at the meeting that he basically was the caretaker, and in response to a number of questions about the property and its operation, he frankly admitted he was uninformed. He basically admitted that he's there to clean the place and take out the trash. The trash is another problem. Initially, when they started renting it, there were stacks of trash in small garbage containers. Complaints were filed. The owners responded by installing these gigantic dumpsters. I think there were 3 of them, 2 for sure, in neon chartreuse. And they sit right in front of the house. That really does affect the characteristic of the neighborhood as well when you drive through it. So those are our concerns as a town. I understand that you have to make your decisions based on the character of the neighborhood, the use and the values, and that's a subjective decision. I mean, it's trying to predict the future effect of today. But I think when we can look at the behavior to date, the defiance that they've demonstrated by not getting the permit, continuing to rent the property, legally declaring they should not have to pay the citation fees and so on, is an indication. The comment was made that previous violations does not prohibit them from making an application for a permit. However, I don't see why we can't take their previous behavior as some indication of future behavior. I do have a couple comments on the staff report, and I have to commend the staff. They've done a lot of work and frankly suffered a lot of abuse in this case. But if I could just make a couple comments. I don't understand, and frankly I have not asked, the rationale for saying 10 parking places is okay if it's supposed to be 18. I would be happy to hear that. 16 to 18 people, but it's a 4-bedroom property. It is our belief that there are additional bedrooms in the ancillary buildings for this property, of which there, I think, are 2. I commented on the fact that we've had a complaint that brought out the sheriff and that their restrictions on parties and so on are not effective. Traffic and access. Some of these weekends have been reported to me, and there was some photographic evidence that the guests arrived in the equivalent of a Badger bus. The bus sat there all weekend. Park Lane is a light-duty road. This subdivision was created back in the 1990s. The road is a town road. It's light-duty. The town went in there the year before last, but it actually happened last year, and we redid that road at a cost of $22,000. That road is not designed to handle Greyhound buses. And I've talked to the sheriff and I've talked to the highway commissioner, there's no way for us to prohibit that kind of traffic that this property is probably going to attract. The certification by a master plumber. If this is approved, I'd like to ask that that be modified slightly. The town of Delona has a robust building inspector effort. We contract with General Engineering Corporation to do our building inspections, and they can handle the total spectrum of building, commercial and retail. And I would like to specify that the master plumber providing that certification be someone approved by General Engineering Corporation, our corporate building inspector. I would concern that we get someone who has no interest in the property. Town of Delona passed in 2019 a short-term rental ordinance that has a number of requirements. It's a template that was prepared by the Wisconsin Towns Association and has successfully withstood some challenges. And if they're going to operate this as a lodging house, if you permit that, there's a number of things they're going to have to do in terms of inspection and insurance and fees and other things. And frankly, we're going to have a real problem if they do that, because that's a financial burden on the town to enforce an operation that's not complying. Again, looking at where they've been and what they've done. I've talked on for longer than 3 minutes, and I appreciate your indulgence.
It's okay if it keeps everybody else from saying the same thing, that's all right.
So I would
have one good summary.
I would be happy to address any questions.
You said there was $44,000 worth of citations. What department issued them?
LRE.
Land Resource and Environment?
Mhm.
And have any of them been paid?
No, they're saying they are
And the citations are because they're renting it out without a permit?
correct. And those citations, I understand it, have gone to both the owners and the people who are advertising the property. property continues to be advertised as last time I checked, and like I said, was rented this last weekend, and as you've heard, there are even future bookings.
You were talking about bus traffic in that neighborhood. I don't understand why, if it's a town road, they can't put a weight limit on it. You were informed that you couldn't.
Yes, and I'm not a highway guy, Dave. I can't explain it all, but there are exceptions to weight limits. And one of them is if it's a one-way trip in or a one-way trip out, you can go you can go up to 80,000 pounds. And I've talked to the sheriff about enforcing it. I've talked to the highway commissioner. There's really no way we could enforce it. Because that was one of our first thoughts, was that we would put a weight limit. Now we've got this new road and 14, 18 people, I mean, who want to go have a party.
What was the use prior to them buying it?
It was a single-family residence, and my understanding is the previous occupant was the one who built it.
Okay.
So it's only ever had one.
It's okay, you'll get a chance to have your.
I could be wrong about that.
There's been two owners.
There've been
There
two?
was a prior owner.
Okay.
Actually, technically three, but
Okay.
it was a bank-owned property prior.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Anything else for this gentleman? No? Thank you, sir.
Let me just conclude by saying what we've got here is this thing sits in the middle of this neighborhood. This is going to completely change the characteristic of the neighborhood. And to be perhaps melodramatic, what they're marketing with this property is the exclusivity and the isolation of this neighborhood, which is really the property of the other owners. Thank you.
Thank you. And madam, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
My name is-
Excuse me, name and address for the record.
My name is Jean DeSantis. I'm at S2018 Park Lane. We are directly across from this property and to the northwest a little bit. Not only as a homeowner, but I also represent this morning as the vice president of our HOA. And I'd like to thank Mr. Ebrel for his comments this morning. Also, Tate Hillman for all the work that he did in coordinating and taking all of our documentation and comments, and for your time this morning to hear all of us. Just like to do a quick summary in that we do have the 17 lots, as Mr. Ebrel mentioned. Of those, we have 12 homes built. We do have 2 vacant lots. One is they are in process of looking at building, but they haven't started yet, and then the other one is also vacant. Of those, 11 are permanent residents in the subdivision. This property that we're talking about today at 2025 is the only one that is not a permanent resident. Of those 11, 100% of the owners signed a petition in December to the Homeowners Association that was again taken to the township meeting to reject allowing a short-term rental in this subdivision. So I'd like to just speak to that. We have today represented of the homeowners, we have 8 of the homes, not just the homeowners, but 8 of those homes represented of the 11. One is out on surgery and the other 2 can't make it because of work requirements. So to them, we would have them speak quickly about some of the basic problems that have come up. And again, Mr. Ebrel did speak to most of those. As the HOA, we feel it is our responsibility to ensure that the covenants and the restrictions that were under our purview, that we do what we can to ensure that they maintain our quality of life. Because with this change, it's already happened. It's already had a negative impact, not just from what you'll hear about the things that Lynn had, but also just we look out for each other. We have a kind of a informal neighborhood watch because there are so many children and because there are no sidewalks. So people do walk, they ride their bikes, the kids are out, and we use those cul-de-sac roads, you know, for you know, that kind of enjoyment, and that traffic is a problem. The 37 complaints have been received by the HOA since the end of December regarding this property and what's been going on there. So, and Mike Bidwell, the president, has been the one who's been getting the bulk of that. Emails, phone calls. I mean, they even tracked him down on his he and his wife's vacation in Florida. We didn't leave him alone his whole month away. I'm sure he was sorry he went. So this has already ramped things up there for people's enjoyment. I mean, everybody is concerned about the safety already, the amount of traffic and everything going on. As far as the noise complaints, the screening the guests, the no parties, that might sound great on a brochure for the management company, but it's not happening. It's not happening now. There are parties, there is noise, and, you know, so that's all I can say for that. So thank you. That's really just to represent those homeowners who aren't here today.
Questions?
The HOA you speak of is not an official HOA, correct?
Yes, it is. We have a president, I'm the vice president, we have a treasury secretary, we have our meetings, we have minutes to the meetings.
Okay.
And those homeowners are, as you see represented here, and are informed of everything that's going on, so, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I believe, and I might be wrong, but you'd be able to set rules and regulations against short-term rentals in the future.
Yes, and that was something that we had taken to the attorney early on when this all started, and we were advised, because it would look like we were targeting that particular property, is to just hold with what we've got as restrictions to single family and all of those other restrictions, and that not to pursue changing those, updating the covenants at that time.
Gotcha.
So that's why we did that, but it's hanging there if need to be. And that's the other thing, we don't want to set a precedent. If this particular property gets in, the one right across the street is going up for sale in June, which is next to us. And pretty soon, you know, it's out of control. And that's why, as most of us did, that's why we bought where we bought, is because of those restrictive covenants and because we didn't want to be in Christmas Mountain or around other short-term rentals. So, that's it. Okay?
Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Now come up closer. He doesn't bite. I promise we'll protect you. There you go. All right. You swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
It's Paul Frank, and I live at S2062 Park Lane Circle
And what would you like to tell us?
in the Lone Hills, Reedsburg. So my property is the direct neighbor to this property. So my concern is what I witnessed, and what I witnessed was a safety concern, not only for that home, but the surrounding homes. We live in a wooded area. So as soon as the house was sold, I saw multiple cars from Minnesota there. And that first night, they were out, and what caught my eye was they were sitting underneath a raised porch where the woods comes up real near their house there, and they were sitting right under or right off that raised three-season porch. And they were sitting around a fire, and what made me notice it is that there's no fire pit there. So what they had done is threw a couple cinder blocks together and were having a fire with a group of them sitting around it. So that is a concern that I witnessed with my own two eyes right there, and it's within 50 feet of my house. So that is a safety concern for not only that house, but the surrounding neighborhood.
And the rest of what Lynn said, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Questions for this gentleman? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Brittany Pfaff, S2037 Park Lane, Reedsburg.
And what would you like to tell us?
So I live in the subdivision along with my husband and daughter. I've been there for 12 years. And it's very small, so you know every car that drives by and every person that's walking by. And ever since this house became a vacation rental, the amount of cars that are slowly driving by, multiple times, random people walking through the neighborhood has increased. It's definitely drawn a lot of attention to the neighborhood. It scares me a lot for my daughter. We don't feel safe. Like, we see people walking through it all the time, driving through, it's just slowly rolling by, and it's just terrifying. Ever since this became a vacation rental, it's changed our entire neighborhood. We've seen so many situations this vacation rental has gotten out of hand already, and it's not even summer. Like, it's gonna get worse. This is just the start, so if you could just please help keep our family safe and not allow this house to be a vacation rental. We specifically moved to the neighborhood because of the covenants and the safety of it, and they have been violating that since day one, so.
Okay. Questions? Nope. Thank you. Yep. Next. Please raise your right hand.
Yep.
You swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name and address, please.
Mike Green. I live with my wife Becky and our two kids at S2012 Park Lane. And Lynn summarized everything I would have said. I just wanted to go on the record, not to take up too much of your time, just to go on the record as a witness that I have seen I'll call them, for lack of better words, just a traditional party bus that brings groups of people, and what appeared to be a bachelorette party that was, I'll say, out of hand for what I saw driving by. I was an actual witness to it, so I just wanted to say that on the record. And being a resident of the area, and I hope it's okay that I say this, I've worked in law enforcement in the county here for nearly 25 years. I respect people in the Dells and Delton area and the businesses that they run. You know, it's a tourist area, and I respect that. And this area, albeit close to the Dells and Delton, is clearly an area where it doesn't fit the traditional summer rentals in the area. It just doesn't fit them. You know, there are places for it that are not too far away, but in the subdivision that we live in, it is really unique, and it's not a place where it fits, and it is going to negatively affect it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'll just go through them. If you want to interrupt, you'll have to catch me, okay? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
And name and address, please.
Nancy Scott, 1990 Park Lane.
And what would you like to tell us?
My child is grown, but I have dogs, and I think everybody in the neighborhood has dogs. Most of us have large dogs. And yes, I can shut my window. It doesn't help. When my dog alerts me at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, that there's noise, I may not be able to hear it because I'm more at the end, but my dogs hear it. And they pace from the window to window, and I also no longer feel safe walking the dog. In the evening, I take them for a run, otherwise off the property, but in the evenings, I put them on a leash and I walk the neighborhood. There's no lights, there's no, other than from the homes, there's no sidewalk, there's nowhere to be, and it's curved. And everybody that lives there knows to slow down and watch for people, pets, children, but the strangers don't. And having a dog, dogs don't generalize well, so they are not going to get used to the activity because it's a different person, a different sound, a different vehicle. They know it's different, and they're going to react every time. Every time.
Thank you. Next. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Terry Bidwell, and I live at S2051 Park Lane Circle, Delona. And our house is directly across from this property. And every morning we sit at the front window and we have our coffee. We've got swivel chairs there. And for the last 4 months, I've had to look out my window and see, 4 to 10 vehicles sitting there, and also now a bright green dumpster, and it isn't as enjoyable as it used to be. My husband and I don't feel safe like we used to. We installed a security system and security cameras on our property, And also, we've noticed the increase in traffic. There have been cars sitting out in front of that property for long periods of time. And I've actually had my husband go out there to see what they're doing. And by the time he gets close to the vehicle, they drive off. So it's a safety concern as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
Arlene Hunley, S2015 Park Lane Drive.
And what would you like to tell us?
Well, I want to touch on what Lynn brought up, which you did a great job. The problem with their garbage. And it was very often, starting in January, when they started renting that property, that the garbage would sit out for a week until it was picked up. Usually it was rented Friday or Saturday, or Friday and Saturday. People would leave on Sunday. Now our trash is picked up early Monday. And so whoever is overlooking the property or caretaking or maintaining it, the garbage goes out after the garbage men. And so these overflowing garbage cans are sitting out there, and we're driving by them for a week at a time. So that, it was very common for their garbage to be on the curb for a week, but when it was overflowing, it was a whole week. And then that empty canister sat on the curb for days until the wind picked up. And then it was blowing around, and it ended up landing on a neighbor's. In fact, it's the family that is going to be moving their property, and it was in their frontage, locked in their frontage. It's down a little gully and kind of stuck up there from the wind. And someone pulled it out and again put it back, that empty garbage can, on their driveway. And before that, it would be, if there was a large party, which often was, the garbage would sit in the front of the garage, often on the ground, because the dumpster was full. They have now put in, as it's been stated, this large dumpster, and it's a beautiful lime green that you can't miss coming and going. So I just want to touch base on what Lynn had already told you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
I do.
And name and address, please.
My name is Michael Bidwell. I live at S2051 Park Lane Circle.
And what would you like to add?
Well, Lynn covered it very well. Thank you, Lynn. I had a lot to say. My wife made me promise not to read outside of this because I talk too much. But I'm just going to read the last couple paragraphs here. And this is, I write this down because it's important that I not forget any of these points. Clearly, the new owners and Patriot Properties have no intention of complying with the county and its directives. They have no regard for the rules or the rule of law, and they have no respect for authority. They have already proven, they've proven this time and time again. What makes anyone believe, if approved, the owners and Patriot Properties will follow through on anything they've promised in their application? We, the owners and residents who actually live in and enjoy Delona Hills, are asking you guys to help us preserve this peaceful residential neighborhood. And, you know, of course, we have our restrictive covenants and our restrictions in our covenants, and we all did buy in to the community for that reason. And we just ask that you would reject this request for a special exemption permit. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please raise your right hand.
My name is Lynn Fesky.
Oh, just a minute. I have to swear you in first, so that we make sure that you're going to be honest on your name,
Okay.
right?
All
Please
right.
raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can tell us who you are.
I am Lynn Fesky. I live at S2063 Park Lane Circle, and we own our home site, and after we purchased our home site, we also purchased the vacant lot next door because we wanted to maintain the privacy and the sense of community and quietness in the area. I have noticed as well everything that everybody else has said here, so I won't go back into that again. I would also add that I also have dogs, and I can see the residents from my home, and my dogs can see the residents from my home, so I keep my curtains and my windows shut most of the time, which infringes on my ability to enjoy my solitude and the weather and the land and everything else. And again, I too recently installed a security system in my home because we were concerned about some activity we had seen in the neighborhood with vehicles driving around and people walking that we did not recognize. I also have a grandson, 4-year-old grandson, and a 10-month-old grandson living with me at this point in time, and I just don't want to take any chances on people being in there that aren't supposed to be.
Thank you.
Lynn, could you fill one of these sheets out in the back?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name and address for the record, please.
Peter Malicki, it's 2684 North Park Lane in Fitchburg. If I can continue, my partner and I bought the lot number 1. It's close to the entrance off of Herwig. And we bought the lot there because of everything you just heard about the community. I've lived in neighborhoods on cul-de-sacs. I know how great they can be. This is just gonna tear it apart. And I wanna go on record that I'm against it.
So do you intend to build?
Right now, we're talking to builders. We put it off because of all the COVID and everything else and the prices right now, but we still are planning to build. We hope to break ground this summer. And what we talked on the way here is, do we want to, because of this kind of place going in? We want a nice residence, nice, peaceful, just like everyone has talked about.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Peter, could you fill one of these sheets out also, please?
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
And name and address for the record, please.
My name is Attorney Carl Gaffard. I represent the Delona Hills subdivision. My firm address is 315 Broadway Street, right over here in Baraboo. Today, first of all, good morning. Wisconsin State Statute 59.69 delineates the standards for what the board's duty is here today. Under 59.69 sub 2 sub B, 1 states that if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all the requirements and conditions specified in the county ordinance or those imposed by a county zoning board, the county shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of ordinance and be based on substantial evidence. Sub 2 states the requirements and conditions described under sub 1 must be reasonable and to the extent practicable, measurable, and may include conditions such as the permit's duration, transfer, or renewal. The applicant must demonstrate that the application, all requirements and conditions established by the county relating to the conditional use shall be satisfied and be supported by substantial evidence. The county's decision to approve or deny the permit must be supported by substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is defined to mean facts and information other than merely personal preferences or speculation directly pertaining to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain a conditional use permit and that reasonable persons would accept and support. Now, the standards that the board, or requirements that the board is required to look at today, were briefly mentioned by Mr. Tillman earlier. I will rephrase them quickly in pertinent part. It's 7.142 sub 5 sub A of the Sauk County ordinances. A states that establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use may not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the occupants. Sub B states the use will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained so as to be compatible and be appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, and that such use may not change the essential character of the area by substantially impairing or diminishing the use, value, or enjoyment of existing or future permitted uses in the area. Simply put, substantial evidence has been shown today that the proposed rental would violate, and is already violating, the board's standards. You've heard today of things that have already happened and continue to happen. These are not speculations. These are not perceptions. These are real, actual happenings of things that have occurred in the subdivision. Specifically, you've heard that the Town of Delona Board has denied the permit or recommended denial of the permit unanimously. You've heard that 100% of the permanent residences of the subdivision have requested that this permit be denied. You've heard that there's been 37 complaints to the Delona Hills Homeowners Association since this property has been rented. You've heard of party buses showing up and with drunk people out in the front yard partying and yelling and screaming. You've heard that there's been noise complaints and police have been called to address some of these complaints. You've heard that there was fires happening dangerously close to the house in a wooded area that could easily spread. You've heard from Mr. Hillman that he explained that the application for the special use permit is not telling the applicants that they can use it until it's been accepted. But yet, we just heard a couple days ago that they had a party. You've heard about the trash cans, the dumpsters that are bright lime green in the front yard where everybody can see them. And we've had other trash issues. Again, you've heard about, contrary to the application statement that there's no parties allowed, that there was a party a few days ago, a bachelorette party of which there's been video and picture evidence of. Simply put, the applicant doesn't even follow or enforce their own rules of no party. So how can we expect them to follow your rules? Well, in our preview, you can't. This is evidenced by everything I just said and the fact that the Sauk County Planning and Zoning Committee has given the couple, the two owners, 47 citations each for violations of this rental. The applicants are required to follow the law just as the board is here today, but they choose not to. Today, the board has heard very substantial evidence that the approval of a special exception permit for these applicants would not be operated or maintained and be appropriate with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity as required under the Sauk County ordinances. In fact, it would substantially impair and diminish the currently permitted use of the entire area, as of course you've heard, single-family residential. And for these reasons, we respectfully request that you deny the special exception permit today. Thank you.
Questions? Nope. Nice job of summarizing, nice job of starting, and everything in the middle linked together very nicely.
Thank you.
So we appreciate that. Anyone in any of the three categories? Want to come back up? Oh, okay, it's fine, you can come back up. Nope, you just have to state your name.
It'll be brief, right? Lynn Ebero. I just want to go back and revisit my request that if it's approved, that the master plumber inspecting the septic be approved by our building inspector. I don't know, we kind of glossed over that.
Yeah.
I have a document here that I would like to submit, and this is the minutes. Can I read from it first, please, Linda?
Yes.
These are the minutes of the Sauk County Board of Adjustment meeting of January 30th, 2014. At least two of you were on that meeting. And in this particular meeting, there were two applications for special exemption permits for lodging houses. One was a farm owned by the Harms family, and one was a property in the town of Delona. The one on the farm had neighborhood support, on-site residence, met all of the septic requirements and everything else. It was approved. The other one was a property in town of Delona that was operating with no permit, had numerous parties, trash on the property and on the approaching roads, had code violations, chartered buses from Madison, and was actually in a completely agricultural setting. And the Sauk County Board of Adjustment denied that application. And I offer that as precedent because I think the similarities to this case are so strong. No permit, parties, trash, buses, and no neighborhood support.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So if you can, I'll leave this with you.
Yeah, leave that with me, and I'll put a letter on it here.
Thank you. Were there any questions?
Nope, that's gonna be H. Okay. Yeah, I was at this.
I know you were.
And the first one, the Harms one, is a bed and breakfast. And the second one, we had talked to them about, would they want to, why didn't they live there with, they were gonna move out and rent it out. And we said, well, why don't you live there and have it as a bed and breakfast? And the lady said, I wouldn't want them around my children. Kind of sealed their fate.
In this case, the owner said that there was no way that they ever intended to actually occupy the property, either long-term or short-term.
Yeah. Okay, seeing no one else, we'll close this portion of the meeting, go into deliberation. We'll start down there with you.
Could I ask council to come back up?
Absolutely. We've got to keep him here for a reason.
Yeah.
Will you be opening the
Your name
public
again,
portion?
please.
Brian Desmond, Sauk County Corporation Council.
I just have a question. One of our conditions is always that they obtain the appropriate town permits. So when the towns are having these issues, can they not make an ordinance that is more restrictive than ours so that they can have some control over these issues they see as?
Yes, I believe so. They can have their own ordinance and conditions.
Because if we say they must get the town permit,
Right.
if the town says no, then LRE would not issue the permit.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That was my only
Okay.
question.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't know if this pertains to you, Brian, or the staff. $44,000 in fines. After a while, doesn't that become a real issue and you can just shut the property down?
There is the ability, those are just citations. There is the ability for us to file what's called a long form complaint, a regular civil lawsuit. And yes, we can seek an injunction to have the use stopped by court order. We don't have that injunction capability through citations. I think the general thought is that maybe you can get somebody's attention by sending them multiple citations. In this case, it doesn't seem to have worked. So in the past, in my experience, you start sending that many citations, people generally kind of wake up and, try to get on the right side of what's going on. And so I do have a conversation next week with their attorney on that. So I don't know what their arguments are.
Other questions?
Can we put that stipulation on any potential approval that those citations be paid in full?
No, you cannot. They are a separate legal action.
Okay, thank you.
They're not a judgment yet, so yeah.
Okay.
So, devil's advocate. Let's say we approve this. Township doesn't want it. Can they disapprove it and still have it be a non-compliant lodging house and then the fines are still unpaid? Or on the other hand, we disapprove it, and at what point do they start paying their fines? And they're gonna keep, what's to stop us from having them keep renting it out?
The only thing that would stop them from continuing to rent it out if the permit was, or special exception was not approved here today, would be a court action, an injunction from the courts. So,
And who would have to file that court action? The neighborhood? You?
well, there could be two separate court actions, actually.
Or the
We could,
township?
depending on what the town's ordinances say, yeah, there could be a third action. If they're violating town ordinances, the town can certainly take legal action. If they're violating county ordinances, county can take legal action. And if they're violating the restrictive covenants, then the homeowners association could take legal action. So there could be multiple avenues of legal issues that could be presented should the permits be denied and they continue to operate in this manner.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Brian, let's start with you.
Well, I like the idea of having neighbors that are good neighbors.
Okay.
I've had bad neighbors, and I've had really bad neighbors. And then I've had some that were even worse. And I've had great neighbors. And for the most part, them were the ones that I've lived next to the longest. And the ones that come and go, it's not a healthy environment for anybody. It's not good for them, it's not good for us. I would struggle to approve something like this.
Next.
I have concerns with the fact that even after receiving all of the notices, they don't follow it. It states that they have the right to still apply, but I don't know that it says we can't use that as basically what was brought up, prediction of future use. I have real concerns with their non-compliance going up to this point and that it will continue going forward. So I would struggle with approval.
Next.
I like the idea of being able to do with your property as you see fit, but, and that said, you need to follow the rules and regulations. And the disregard for the citations and the letters, so on and so forth, make it unbearable for the neighborhood residents to live there and do as they see fit as well. I would struggle with approving this. In fact, I would make the motion after discussion concludes to deny the applicant.
Dave?
I would struggle to approve this with the attitude they have, that they're above the law. Most of the people that come before our board work with us, do what they need to do to get the job done. Sometimes there's some that are uninformed and then they have to jump through hoops and they get it straightened out. I don't think these people have any intention of getting it straightened out. I would struggle also to approve it.
Any other comments from you, Mark? No? All right, I agree with what you're saying. Based on the evidence provided at the hearing, I move that we deny this permit. Based on past history, it's clear that they cannot keep the vicinity as because they're not enforcing even the rules that they have. There is not a possibility of them to not change the essential character of the property. And the enjoyment of future users or residents of this area will be impacted in a negative way. I also want to add to that it says the establishment, maintenance, or operation may not be detrimental or endanger public health and safety. And I believe that having strangers come and go, particularly ones that may be impaired, could have a very negative effect on this. And so again, for those reasons, I move that we deny this.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Permit denied. Yeah. So with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break before the next one.
Good luck, folks. I might
Oh,
be
you're
more-
out on the street,
I might
huh?
be more than 5 minutes. I gotta go move my truck.
Yeah, so do I.
There wasn't a parking spot in the. No.
Are you paused? Going. All right, Dave, light them up. Dave's turning on microphones.
I work for the county now.
Work? That's work, okay. All right, with everyone here, we're going to call this meeting of the Board of Adjustment back into session. The next, the next notice. Lori?
Take notice that the Sauk County Board of Adjustment will hold a public hearing on April 28th at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter as a matter may be heard in the county boardroom at Sauk County West Square Building, the city of Dearborn, to consider petition 10-2022, granting renewal of a special exceptions permit pursuant to S 7.036, paragraph 5, subparagraph A, to authorize operation of a lodging house. This property is located on real estate description as 3685 State Road 136, located in part of section 18, town 12 north, range 5 east, town of Excelsior, as further described in the petition 10-2022. Tax parcel number 010-0770-0000000.
All right, Tate, what would you like to tell us?
This is my last one for today, so.
Okay, you need to state your name, though, because that's the rules.
Tate Hillman, land use and sanitation technician. The request is from Dennis and Sally Fitzgerald, applicants to renew their lodging house permit. They had a previous permit issued 5 years ago, and then this was the renewal at just under 5 years in. Some background, additional background, as it was approved and as per application 14-2017, and then additional items are in Exhibit C, which is the application itself. For the property zoned exclusive agriculture, as well as all of the other surrounding properties, the property is currently used as a lodging house. The property to the north is vacant and wetland. To the south is an agricultural field. To the east is a single-family residence. And to the west is wooded and part of the Baraboo River parking. The property has parking provided for up to 8 vehicles in the driveway. The required parking spaces based on the square footage of the house is 7 stalls. Septic and sanitary. A sanitary system sized for 3-bedroom residence was installed in 2017 prior to their operation as a lodging house. The property owner has stated that they are working with Blakesley Septic and Soil Testings to verify if the current residential system can handle the change in use to a commercial system, or if modifications or a new system will be required. Well, the home is served by a private well. Property access, the site has existing access to State Road 136. Stormwater, the residence is not required to meet any additional stormwater regulations. Zoning ordinance standards and criteria. In reviewing a special exception, the board shall follow standards of 7.152, paragraph 5 and paragraph 6. Special exception standards. A, establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use may not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the occupants of surrounding lands. The finding, the applicants maintain and clean the house and grounds personally. The house rules and rental agreement rules established by the property owners and third-party companies look to protect the guests and public at large. The proposed use does not appear to endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of occupants of surrounding lands. B, the use will be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained so as to be compatible and be appropriate in appearance with the existing or intended character of the general vicinity, and that such use may not change the essential character of the area by substantially impairing or diminishing the use, value, or enjoyment of existing or future permitted uses in the area. The finding, the house is existing and is appropriate in appearance with the character of the general vicinity. The surrounding area is characterized by woods and cropland, with a few scattered residential houses. Walking trails are present on the property for guests to enjoy nature, and the applicant states on the application that they have and will continue to maintain the property and grounds as needed, and the house is similar to that of neighboring houses and properties. In reviewing the special exception, the Board of Adjustment shall consider the following. A, the erosion potential of the site based on topography, drainage, slope, soil type, and vegetative cover, and mitigation of erosion potential. The finding, the proposed use does not appear to cause potential damage to drainage, slope, or vegetative cover, and there are no plans at this time for any new construction or modifications to structures. B, the prevention and control of water pollution, including sedimentation and the potential impacts on floodplain and wetlands. There are no indications by the applicant for any new construction or expansions to the property. This use should not cause any water pollution or sedimentation concerns. There does not appear to be any potential impacts on nearby floodplain or wetlands. C, whether the site has adequate utilities, including necessary acceptable disposal systems. The findings, the site has an existing connection to a private septic system, water, and electricity to service the house. A recommended condition is that a septic verification shall be completed by a licensed master plumber to verify if the current septic system sized that was for a 3-bedroom residential use can accommodate the change in flow to a commercial 3-bedroom lodging house. D, whether the site has access to roads and highways. It has existing access to State Road 136. Whether the site has suitable ingress and egress. The finding the site has suitable ingress and egress to State Road 136. F, whether the site is designed to minimize traffic congestion and the potential effect on traffic flow. Finding the applicant has provided room for a total of 8 vehicles to park on the property per section 7.0925 of the Sauk County Code of Ordinances. The requirement moderate parking intensity requires 7 parking stalls. The zoning ordinance secondary standards for section 7.083 for lodging houses. 1, a septic verification or sanitary permit shall be required from Sauk County for any building that results in any change in use of the structure from its original use that results in an increased volume of wastewater above that for which the system was originally designed. Where cases of doubt exist as to the need of a sanitary permit, Sauk County shall be contacted before the change in use is made, and the zoning administrator shall determine the need for a sanitary permit. The findings, the property is connected to a personal septic system which was designed for a 3-bedroom single-family residence. The applicant is working with Blakesley Septic Systems and soil testing to verify if the current septic system can accommodate that change in use to a commercial septic system. It is a recommended condition, if approved, that the verification is completed by a licensed master plumber to provide in writing that the current septic system can accommodate the change in use from a 3-bedroom residential use to a 3-bedroom commercial use as a lodging house. 2, property must maintain all federal, state, and local permits. The findings, the applicant has been informed that they need to contact the Sauk County Public Health Department to ensure the applicable health department license is acquired, meeting the requirements of state statutes to protect those who stay on the property. This license is a condition of the permit if approved. 3, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence and will not be transferable. The applicant has been made aware of this provision, and it is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. 4, an annual inspection fee shall be established by the agency and be made payable to Sauk County by June 1st of each year. The applicant has been made aware of this provision, and it is a recommended condition of the permit if approved. Plan Commission and Town recommendation. The Town Board of Excelsior has recommended approval at the April 19th, 2022 Town Board meeting. Land Resources and Environment staff recommendation, based on the information provided and the analysis of section 7.152, paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, and section 7.083 of Sauk County ordinances, staff submits its application meets the standards and requirements for a special exception permit to be approved. Should the Board of Adjustment choose to approve the permit, staff would recommend the following conditions be considered. A, all work on and use of the premises shall proceed with the plans and supplemental evidence presented at the hearing. It is the responsibility of the applicant to secure all required town, state, federal, and county permits. B, no work on rent or rentals shall be commenced prior to receiving the Board of Adjustment decision letter and securing the required permits. C, off-street parking shall be in compliance with Sauk County zoning ordinance. D, the applicant shall secure a state of Wisconsin lodging house, rooming house license to operate, and said license shall be provided to the department before any rentals can take place. The state license shall be renewed every year and provided to the department annually, no later than June 30th. Failure to comply with this condition shall result in the automatic suspension of the special exception permit and may result in revocation. E, the applicant shall meet the standards of Chapter ATCP 72 and provide the department with proof of compliance prior to being issued a Sauk County land use permit. No rental shall take place until the department receives proof of said compliance. F, the permit shall be issued to the owner of the residence and would not be transferable. G, a septic verification shall be completed by a licensed master plumber. Written verification from the master plumber indicating if the current system, size for a residential use for a 3-bedroom residence, can accommodate the change in flow to a commercial system size for a 3-bedroom lodging house based on meter readings provided by the master plumber and answers to questions posed by Administrative Code SPS 383 within 60 days. The sanitary system shall be modified if needed, as recommended by the report submitted by the master plumber. Applications for modifications shall be received within 60 days of a written report submittal with plans to install following. H, an annual inspection fee shall be made payable to the department by June 1st of each year, as long as said provision is required by the Sauk County zoning ordinance. This inspection fee is due on approval and shall be paid prior to a land use permit being issued. I, this permit shall be valid for 5 years from the date of the decision letter and may be renewed by the Board of Adjustment at that time. Sorry, I missed a number there. So this should be J. Sauk County Land Resources and Environment shall be granted permission to view the site to ensure compliance with these conditions and other relevant provisions of Sauk County ordinances. The power to ensure compliance with these conditions is given to the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment. If the department finds any of these conditions have been violated, they are hereby authorized to take corrective action, either through suspension of the permit, citations, or by any means of enforcement that is within their power. What is supposed to be item K, failure by the applicant to follow all of these conditions set forth by the Sauk County Board of Adjustment is grounds for suspension or revocation of the special exception permit and possible enforcement action. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after suspension, the applicant must comply with all conditions established by the Board of Adjustment as determined by the Sauk County Land Resources and Environment Director or appear in front of the Board of Adjustment. In order to have the special exception permit reinstated after revocation, the applicant must appear in front of the Board of Adjustment for a new hearing and comply with all requirements as outlined in this letter. Department recommendation, the department recommends approval of petition 10-2022.
Questions for Tate?
Is the applicant, they're self-managing it, correct?
Yes.
Are they within the distance required?
I'm sorry, which distance do you mean?
To maintain it and
30 minutes?
manage it, because they're in Montello.
Are they
That's
within 15
a little over 30 minutes.
They do not live, I do not believe, you'll have to ask the applicant that.
Do they have a designated,
Oh, that's a Town of Delona rule.
That's not, Sauk doesn't have a rule?
No.
do they have a designated representative?
They did previously, you'll have to ask the applicant. That would be a question for them.
Okay.
Because that's the other thing.
Did it go in front of the town board?
Yes, April 19th, the town board recommended approval with no additional conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would the applicant come forward? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
And what would you like, Tell us your name and address for the record.
Hallie Fitzgerald, S 3685, State Road 136, Reedsburg.
Okay, and what would you like to tell us?
We've been doing this for the 5 years under our 5-year permit. We're up for our renewal right now. I do all the cleaning and everything. We self-manage. My husband does the grass cutting. We all do our own grounds work. We have neighbors directly across the street. So if there's any issues with anything, with any of the parties that rent our house out, they will contact me right away. And then I either try to get a hold of the guest, or if there's something going on where a police has to be called, they'll call the sheriff. They have that. We've given them that permission. To date, we've not had any sheriffs call to the residents. We've not had any issues with our neighbor across the street. So it's been going along very nicely. And our neighbors across the road like it because the house is always occupied on the weekends. So somebody's always there, and they like that movement. And they enjoy watching the kids play around and everything too.
Okay. About how many weekends of the year do you have it rented?
Our summers are booked for the weekends. Winter is a hit and miss. It all depends on the weather and everything. Probably from November to March, I'd say there's probably maybe 6 at the most during that period, but we're just the seasonal part for the summertime. Most of everybody goes to the Dells. They'll go to Devil's Lake. In the winter, maybe they'll go skiing at Christmas Mountain or Cascade. We've not had any issues. I do all the bookings through Airbnb, so I've accepted a lot of them. I've also denied some. People don't read our listings. I've got on there that there's no parties allowed and nothing like that. So I've not had any issues. I've been a super host according to Airbnb probably for most of the time that we've been on there with them. So I'm always at the top of our listings on their website. I've been noted for my cleanliness of the house. I do all the cleaning, so I'm extremely particular on that. So.
Questions for the applicant? Nope. I don't know if they're getting tired or there's just nothing.
After that last one, I don't know either.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in favor? Anyone opposed? Anyone whose interest may appear? Boy, the crowd thinned out. Seeing no one, will close this portion of the meeting with deliberation.
This is just the opposite of the last one. We commend you.
Thank you.
Yep, knowing the rules.
Good
following
job.
the rules.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you play well with others.
Yeah, well, as time has gone on, we've gotten a more specific list of exactly what these things have to do, because they really haven't been around too long, compared to me being around for 20-some years. So the office does a nice job with the paperwork, and,
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Your renewal is approved.
Congratulations, good luck.
It don't seem like it's been 5 years.
No, it doesn't. Well, Dorothy Harris's was 2014? Oh my gosh.
8 years.
Yeah,
No. Yeah,
yeah.
that don't seem possible.
Nope, not at all.
It's a wonder we don't age.
I couldn't figure that out. Everything just seems static.
I still got an old steel fan.
Oh, really?
Thank you.
Public notice is hereby given to all persons of the county of Sauk, Wisconsin, that the public
Can
hearing.
you speak in the mic? Oh, it's not on?
They're on.
I can't hear you.
Looks like they're all on.
They're on, theirs is not, no.
There, now you're on.
Public notice is hereby given to all persons in the county of Sauk, Wisconsin, that the public hearing will be held on April 28th at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as the matter may be heard in the county boardroom in the Sauk County West Square Building, Baraboo, Wisconsin, relative to proposal to vary or apply the terms of the county shoreland ordinance as follows.
Petition 07-2022 to hear and decide an appeal pursuant to S 8.018, paragraph 4, subparagraph 3 of the Sauk County Shoreland Ordinance, whereas it is alleged that there is an error in the interpretation, order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the zoning administrator or administrative officials in the enforcement, administration, or interpretation of this chapter or of Wisconsin Stat 59.69. This appeal pertains to the following decision of the Land Resource and Environmental Department. That the applicant's retaining wall and fill material permit requires a wetland delineation, and that the trail of the applicant's property that provides access to the Wisconsin River is not for private recreational access, as defined in the Sauk County Shoreland Ordinance, and requires rezoning in the order to maintain in its current location. The appeal will involve interpretation of various provisions of Sauk County Code S 8.006, including but not limited to S 8.006, paragraph 1, 8.006, paragraph 2, S 8.006, paragraph 4, subparagraph C3, and S 8.006, paragraph 6. The appeal is associated with the land described as Lot 20 plat of the Riverine North, including tax parcel 0321045-00000, Town of Spring Green, Sauk County, Wisconsin.
So who would like to start for the office?
I guess Linda too, do you want to introduce Larry
Oh,
to the board?
yes, this is Larry. He is our attorney. So we have the county.
Send us your bill.
It's the only thing I won't forget.
We have the county and we have the challenger, I guess I'll call you.
Applicant?
Well, yeah, he's an applicant, but he's also challenging what the office did. So a little different than normal. Okay, Gina.
Okay. Gina Templin Stewart, Land Use, or Land Resource and Environment. So I'm just gonna give you a background for the staff report, and then you guys can ask questions or get right to the attorneys battling it out. So Andy Knutson, who is the property owner, filed an appeal pursuant to section 8.018, print 4.3 of the Sauk County Shoreline Ordinance, where it's alleged that there's an error in any interpretation, order, requirement, decision, determination made by the zoning administrator or administrative official. The background, I guess, on this property, September 14th, 2021, the Wisconsin DNR contacted our office about multiple violations on the property within the shoreland, wetland, and floodplain district. On September 15th, a stop work order and letter notifying the property owners of the possible violations on the property for work conducted without permits and approvals, with a deadline for compliance of October 4th. That's Exhibit C. On September 16th, the Wisconsin DNR letter was sent to the property owners notifying them of potential violations and the need for permits and approval for work completed. It's Exhibit D. September 27th, myself and Brian Simmert met on site with the property owner to review the work that had taken place and review all possible violations to the ordinances. At this time, Mr. Knutson spoke of a retaining wall, a deck, filling and grading, and a path that was made to the ordinary high water mark of the Wisconsin River. On September 27th, we received an email from Mark Cupp, Lower Wisconsin Riverway Board, who also has jurisdiction in this area, confirming the discussion with the property owner on site that he had on August 16th of 2021, reviewing the Lower Wisconsin Riverway Board requirements and the need for additional permitting through the DNR in Sauk County. Copy of this correspondence that he supplied to the property owner on August 5th was provided in Exhibit E. On October 18th, a continued stop work order and follow-up letter was sent to the applicant detailing found violations when staff conducted the on-site inspection, as well as referencing code compliance action and a deadline for compliance for each violation. That's Exhibit F. On October 29th, the DNR issued their notice of non-compliance to the property. This letter notifies the owner of state code compliance issues and options for bringing the property into compliance. This includes but is not limited to needing a wetland delineation for all wetland permits, which could still be denied. This notice from the DNR strongly recommends pursuing removal of all fill from the wetland area to bring the property into compliance with state law. This is Exhibit G. On October 29th, the department issued another continued stop work order and follow-up letter from the department reminding of the violations, compliant action, and deadlines for dates of compliant. This letter also requested the owner provide contact with the intentions to achieve compliance no later than November 15th, which is in Exhibit H. On November 3rd, the department heard from Nick Bry, surveyor, who contacted the department regarding an as-built survey which did not meet the requirements of the stop work order. On November 12th, correspondence from the department to the property owner with a reminder of the deadline to contact the department with a plan to achieve compliance from the letter dated October 29th. On November 12th, the property owner notified us he was going to be out of the office until November 15th and would call us with further direction. On November 15th, we received an email from the property owner describing how he chose to move forward, a meeting he had with Mark Cupp from the Lower Wisconsin Riverway Board, and questions moving forward with compliance with floodway standards, and the department responded via email. On November 17th, we had contact again from Nick Bry, the surveyor, requesting assistance with requirements of the property owner from the November 15th email. On December 8th, the Wisconsin DNR corresponded to the owner requesting follow-up communication regarding the notice of noncompliance that was sent to him on October 29th. That's Exhibit I. On December 9th, an email from the property owner to the Wisconsin DNR stating that he was going to move forward with a wetland delineation versus following their recommendation and removing the fill, and asked for a contact reference to do the work. This is also an Exhibit I. December 14th, the Wisconsin DNR provided information requested to the property owner and asked to be informed when a delineator was hired. Again, this is an Exhibit I. On December 14th, an email from the owner regarding the status. On December 16th, an email to the owner from Brian Simmert, again following up on the stop work order and verifying items that needed to be addressed from the original violation letters in October. This is Exhibit J. On December 27th, a request for clarification and a conference call by the owner and follow-up by staff, requesting the call take place by December 28th due to looming compliance deadlines and no items being completed to date to achieve compliance. That conference call was scheduled. On December 30th, a summary of documents for an H&H analysis was provided to the department from the owner. As required by ordinance, this was sent to the DNR for review and approval. On January 5th, the conference call was held between Sauk County, the property owner. Those present include staff from the department, Mr. Desmond, who is our attorney, and the owner, his attorney, and then Nick Bry, the surveyor, who the department had been communicating with. On January 27th, or the 20th, we received an email from Nick with a draft submittal of a land use permit application for items that were not located within a floodway or shoreline wetland district, which could be reviewed and permitted under Chapter 8, and a request from staff for verification for additional information needed for the review of those permits. January 26th, NR 116 approval for the H&H study of the wall and rock fill for the floodway. DNR specifies this approval does not cover any other issues such as wetland issues or county permitting. This is in Exhibit K. January 28th, notification of NR 116 approval and next steps required provided to the owner via email. This is in Exhibit L. January 31st, follow-up between the department and Nick and the property owner regarding necessary requirements on land use permit applications that were submitted and requested changes from staff from January 20th. On February 1st, an email from the owner with a PDF showing DNR mapped wetlands and a drawing of where the rock retaining wall in question is located. This email also asked for clarification why the path to the ordinary high water mark does not meet the definition of a private recreation under Section 8.006, Paren 1, Paren 4, Paren C3, which is Exhibit M. On that same day, the department responded citing this section and determination that's being appealed today. This is Exhibit N. On February 1st, again, we received an email from Nick with updates to proposed land use permit application and plans. Response from the department on setbacks shown in verification. February 2nd, an application for a land use permit for a retaining wall located in the area questioned as wetlands. February 3rd, a response from the department advising the owner and Nick that a land use permit cannot be issued until there is confirmation of the wetlands in this area, which we reviewed the options for the owner to choose from and ask for confirmation on how they wish to proceed. On February 4th, we received an email from Attorney Fleming asking for the authority of the staff to determine the wetland boundary and to request an on-site by DNR staff to verify these wetlands or a wetland delineation. He also disagrees with the definition of private recreation for the use of the path fill in the Shoreland Wetland District. On February 11th, submission of a land use permit application from Nick and the landowner for the illegal fill path in the Shoreland Wetland District. On February 14th, email from staff providing final determination regarding the location of the shoreline wetland boundaries per section 8.006.2. This section and determination is also being appealed. See Exhibit O. February 14th, correspondence to Nick and the owner that the land use application for the illegal fill and path in the Shoreland Wetland District cannot be accepted by the department due to the use currently prohibited unless the wetland or portion of the wetland has been rezoned by amendment. The need for a rezone out of shoreland wetland is being appealed. February 14th, notification by Attorney Fleming that they will be filing appeal. March 8th, email from Attorney Fleming with a copy of the application for appeal and notification of a complete application, including fees coming from the owner. That's Exhibit P. March 18th, correspondence from Mark Kuplor, Wisconsin Riverway Board regarding this appeal. That's in Exhibit Q. And then on April 5th, correspondence to the department from the Wisconsin DNR regarding this appeal. That letter specifically requests that it be read into the record and listed in the minutes of the BOA of this meeting, and that letter is in Exhibit R.
Okay, so summarize what is being challenged.
What's being challenged is the need for, there's two issues right now that we're talking about today. Mr. Knutson had placed fill in a shoreline wetland district and a floodway without permits. The floodway issue has been taken care of by the H&H study, so that is not in play. He is still located in a shoreline wetland district, which does not allow the placement of the fill.
And this is the path now,
This is
what's
the
right by the
path.
house?
He's calling it private recreation and suggesting that the ordinance allows for a private recreation path. In the ordinance, a private recreation is specifically defined, so he's appealing that this doesn't apply to him. As far as where the retaining wall is located, the retaining wall was built without permits. It is located in an area that has wetlands. There are mapped wetlands, which is mapped by the DNR. This is used as a reference. The DNR specifically refers to how that came to be in their letter, so I would point you to that exhibit to review that specifically. Whenever staff is on site and they determine that the DNR may be wrong in their mapping, we have the ability to request that they go on site and complete a wetland delineation, and either there are not wetlands based on where they thought their wetlands were, or there are wetlands where they are not currently mapped, which is the case in Mr. What I feel is the case in Mr. Knutson's issue. So they're appealing my ability to request that wetland delineation per the Sauk County ordinance.
Okay, so you said that did the DNR determine that this is wetlands where the wall is?
That has not taken place. They're appealing our ability to request a further study, and they feel that the map should be used.
Okay, and they feel that they're okay as far as the map is concerned?
They believe so, yes.
Okay. All right.
Exhibit R is the letter from the DNR, which specifically addresses private recreation in the intent of that definition that was done, as well as the mapping for the wetlands.
Thank you.
Do you have a quick definition of private recreation?
I do. I just have to find where I've got it cited.
Got it right here, Gina, if you want it.
Yep.
I just have to read it.
Have at it.
Private recreation means facilities, structures, buildings, or property which are privately held that require a fee, membership, or residence for use or participation.
Okay, so that's
There's
Gina's
another
change of
sunset.
voice, as far as the record is concerned, that's Gina's change of voice.
She's on steroids.
All right. And is this project complete as far as what the owner was going to do, or did they indeed stop construction?
I don't know. It looks like it's complete to me.
Okay.
But I don't know. We've never received permits on any of it until recently for permitting after the fact, so that's a question for them.
That looks like a road instead of a path. How wide would you say it is?
It's different with the different portions. I believe it averages about 16 feet wide.
16.
I think there were some that were much larger than that.
Wow.
I think the widest may have went to 21.
Other questions for Gina?
So this wetlands, does that go to the Wisconsin River, or?
Correct.
So are they using this as a boat path or something? Did they put it in so big?
That's a question for the applicant.
Okay. All right, thank you, Gina.
Sure.
You, sir, are next. Yep, you have to, no, you have to come up here. We have to swear you in.
Okay, I gotta figure out what I need to bring, right?
Lawyers are all dishonest, so we have to swear them in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do.
And your name and relationship, please.
Yeah, my name is Matthew Fleming. I'm an attorney with Murphy Desmond, represent Andy Knutson. Just at the outset, Mr. Knutson could not be here. We've known for some time that he had prior engagement to have some continuing education or training classes in Arizona, and I think he is actually in a plane right now. We discussed and felt we would try to go ahead today and get, because we think these are primarily legal issues, but as I said, it became kind of apparent to me as I reviewed the materials and even some of the county's memoranda on this, that there may be some of these more specific questions that the board may be interested in that would really require Mr. Knutson to be here. So we had requested that this be adjourned to another date, but I'm certainly happy to at least get as much and discuss as much as I can with the board today.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
Is there anyone else here other than as interest may appear?
Yeah, seated over there is Mr. Bray, and I asked him to appear today because so he can talk about the two different maps that were submitted.
Okay, but seeing that there is someone, if there was no one else here, we could say we will postpone this to a future date, but I don't want him to have to come back a second time, so we'll.
Well, I'm guessing Mr. Knutson doesn't want him to have to come back a second time either, because he's paying him to be here as he is paying me. So, as I said, I think we'll kind of discuss these issues, but I guess I just caution that if it comes down to needing further information about the specifics of this, aside from the mapping issue, I'd ask for the board to consider doing what we have to do today and adjourning this to allow Mr. Knutson to come back and address some of these things. That said, For my part, I think what we're dealing with here is largely an issue of statutory or ordinance construction. And, you know, reading through the county's submittals, reading through the letter from the DNR, what it appears to me to be is more a description of perhaps how the law should read rather than how the law does in fact read. Now, today is the first time that I've heard suggestion that there had been an actual determination that there may have been an error in the county mapping. Mr. Bray, in February, along with updated land use permits, submitted first a map that seemed to suggest the wetland boundary was very close to the wall. He will explain a little bit more detail, but basically, with obtaining more accurate data, he was able to produce a map that showed the actual wetland boundary was roughly 6 feet away from the wall. Now, under section 8.006, and I think reading subs 1 and 2 together makes it clear that, you know, this process is intended to rely upon those wetland boundaries, and only, quote, where an apparent discrepancy exists between the map boundary and field conditions do you then move to a wetland delineation. But the ordinance does not put the burden upon the property owner to produce a wetland delineation. It says that the county, if it thinks that there may be a discrepancy, they need to go to the DNR and have DNR come, and then, and only then, after DNR has determined that a discrepancy exists, is there any basis to deny any permits. And what I guess we feel has happened here is that, again, we were never informed, to our understanding, that there was an affirmative finding or basis to determine that the mapped boundary was inaccurate. Rather, we were being asked to prove where the boundary should be. And that's an important distinction in my view. I mean, because it adds additional process and it adds potentially different expense to property owners. And I think the ordinance in laying out this process has decided where these burdens should fall and how much process we're going to go through to determine down to the inch, the foot, you know, of where these wetland boundaries are. And the structure of the ordinance, in my opinion, really places the burden upon the county to find where the right line is. And if we disagree, we produce wetland delineation and we can contest that. And this is, I think, to prevent, you know, having to have wetland delineations either performed by the county or individual landowners in each instance. I would note specifically that section 8.018 parent 6 of the ordinances lists all the things that need to be submitted with land use permits, and absent that from that list is the requirement that you submit a wetland delineation. So, I mean, that's really basically the crux of our dispute with regard to the wall. If the county has reason to believe it's inaccurate, it's their burden to bring the DNR in, have the DNR determine that, and then only after that DNR determination exists is there any authority to deny any land use permits. We have submitted land use permits. We have shown evidence that it is outside of the wetland boundary that we're entitled to rely upon, and we think on that basis that permit should be approved. Similarly, as to the fill issue with the trail, you know, I certainly understand that in the definition and the ordinance language that included within, you know, private parks, recreation areas that you know are more institutional types of uses and things like that. But if you break down the actual language, that is not what the language says. If you pick out, the operative words that clean away the parts that don't apply here, under 8.006 among the uses that require an issuance of a land use permit and may include limited filling are the establishment of private recreation areas, provided that it's used exclusively for the permitted use, and the applicant has received a permit or license under Chapter 29 where applicable. A lot of Chapter 29 are hunting licenses and all that kind of stuff. There's also like fish farms, and they regulate game farms and things like that. None of that is going on here. This is another area where it occurred to me, I don't believe that there's any real dispute that this is in fact a private residence, that Mr. Knutson intends to use this path simply to access the Wisconsin River, do things that people do on the river, fishing, sightseeing, maybe dragging some kayaks. There was a specific question about boats. I don't know of any plan, and if that is information that you need from Mr. Knutson, we could certainly provide that. But our belief is that there really is no dispute as to essentially the private nature of this. And going to the definition of private recreation, I'll read it again. It means, again, just the relevant parts of this that apply to our property is private recreation means property privately held that requires residents for use. Nobody else is allowed to use this property except for the residents and, of course, their guests. Residence is necessary. And that is the plain language of the statute. If more was required, if it was required to be a formal club or something like that, well, the ordinance could say that, but it doesn't. And so on that basis, we believe that aside from any other things that may be issues with the trail, that should be a permitted use within the wetland district. That's about it in a nutshell.
Okay, I don't see a map of this that goes all the way down to the end. So does this path have any kind of a turnaround on it?
I don't know for sure. I don't believe it does. And Mr. Bray has a little bit more familiarity with the site, so when he comes up and talks about the maps, maybe he can answer that question. One thing I would like to know, just to make sure it is in the record, I did not see in the exhibit packet connected to the staff report, I saw Mr. Bray's initial map. I did not see the one he submitted. It was 1 or 2 days later. Was I missing something in the packet? I do know that it is an attachment to Mr. Desmond's brief that is in the record, and unless anyone has any objection, just so that we have both maps in the record. I guess I would ask just to rely on the exhibit that's the attachment to Mr. Desmond's brief, unless you can direct me to where it's in your packet. But otherwise, I don't think I have anything further, unless there are other questions.
Who or what determines a wetland?
Well, I mean, wetland definition, I don't have it at my tip of my tongue. Well, it's under the ordinance, the DNR does.
DNR, all right.
Right, sorry.
So are there different degrees of wetlands? Is there wetlands where there's actually water there? And is there wetlands where it's just peat muck?
My understanding is, right, yeah, I don't think a wetland is necessarily, doesn't necessarily have surface water on it all of the time. I believe the definition does require there to be surface water at some point, but it's some amount of surface water, and there's also types of soils, aquatic vegetation, and so forth that all goes into the definition. But our contention is under the structure of the ordinance, that's for purpose of regulation, wherever and however the DNR establishes it, that it is the line essentially established by the DNR. Now, we acknowledge that maybe that line may not always accurately follow all of the wetlands. And as I said, there is the process if somebody believes, specifically the county, has reason to believe that that is inaccurate, and not just, oh, we don't know, but reason to believe that it is inaccurate, then the process is to ask the DNR to determine the accuracy, not the property owner.
So are you suggesting or maybe pointing out that wetlands either get bigger or smaller or move at some point in time? Or they can change size?
Well, I'm sure over some portions of time. I mean, the Grand Canyon wasn't always a mile deep, but how often? Again, I mean, you raised some interesting points, but to me, it is again, to the extent you might suggest that, oh, wetlands move all the time, and therefore we need to redetermine them. That may be true. It may not be true. But the point is that, as administrative personnel, you are constrained by the language of an ordinance. And, there are usually very few drawbacks to having committed, intelligent staff that really are out there to try to further the specific purpose of an ordinance. It's a very good thing to have, and I've got no reason to believe that that's not what we have here. But sometimes what gets lost is that within an ordinance, there are also other public interests at stake. There are weighing of how much process do we want to put property owners through? Do we want to put the county staff through in order to achieve these goals? And all those things are put forth in an ordinance and do constrain staff's ability to do things. This is not, we don't just say, hey, we want clean water and lots of fish, go out there and make that happen. We set forth a lot of rules and everything that balance a lot of public interests. And so I think this is just simply a case where I think partially this is a little bit of an instance where, because we're seeking after the fact permits, and there's no question Mr. Knutson went ahead. I believe he did so in good faith, but there's no dispute that he should have gotten permits. There's no dispute that he should pay the double or triple permit fees that are, and I don't know if there were citations issued. Those type of penalties are appropriate for having done something that he was not supposed to without a permit. But the fact that this is an after fact, the permit really should not have any bearing on, and I think that was alluded to in some of your other hearings, and I think the board understands it, that we need to look at this as, okay, well, what if this was being proposed and today? Because, making them tear it out only to come back and file an application, this doesn't do anybody any good. And while it's kind of been a slow, road a hole a little bit from the initial violations. Mr. Knutson has been working. We are trying to get this into compliance, but we have run into these two issues that, we just don't agree upon, and we've asked this board to resolve for us.
My iPad battery crashed, so I don't have the ability to look at it. When did he put the path in?
I want to say.
Do we have a time frame?
Sometime in September or late summer.
So it wasn't back in 1990
No.
or 2005. This is recent.
This is recent,
Just
correct.
within the last 12 months.
I believe so.
All right.
that rough time frame anyway, I think is safe for me to say.
All right,
Anything else?
thank you.
Do you want to hear from Mr. Bray first or me?
Why don't we go to Mr. Bray first? We've got our mind all on one side.
Right.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge,
I do.
name and relationship, please.
My name is Nick Bry. I'm a professional land surveyor for Westbrook Associate Engineers out of Spring Green, 619 East Hoxie Street, Spring Green. I live in Laval, Dutch Hollow Road. Brian brought a question up earlier, and it was a very good one. What is wetland? I've been at Westbrook for 10 years now. I started out as a CAD technician, went into doing some construction oversight for the DOT, helping out with bridge design. It's a vague, there's not two people can go out and do a wetland delineation and have that line be in the same spot. It's very vague. So the DNR may come out and delineate a wetland. And if I went out and surveyed that and pulled the flags and then had someone else come out and do another delineation, they may not be in the same spot. So what I will say on that too is there was an existing wall there. Was it as big as the one is now? No. But the toe of the wall never changed. It stayed in the same spot. So if someone would have went out and delineated wetland, I would hope that they would seen that retaining wall and said, well, that's not wetland. So I hope that answers your question. But moving along here, Andy asked me to survey his property in regards to the wall and the property lines late last year. When we realized there was going to be a potential issue with the wetland and or flood zone, we did determine an elevation of where that water line would be during the 100-year event. It just so happened that water line, when we have a 100-year flood, was just up to the toe of the wall, the new wall. We then got into, well, then wetland. And to try and prove that it wasn't, we went on the DNR surface water data viewer site. You're able to pick out a PDF of the map that you're looking at. And then what we did is took our survey information, we scaled it based on buildings, the porch, and tried to lay it on that map as best we could to show it in the correct location. And there's no denying it was close. After that PDF of that map was sent to LRE, I did some more. I believe I was out of the office that day, and Andy sent that PDF, and I got back in the following day and said, I think there might be a better way to do this, and there is. There's a way to go on the DNR Surface Water Data Viewer website, export their information into accordingly correct drawing, so that way I can bring in my survey data into that accordingly correct drawing and have everything match up. It's much more accurate than just scaling something and putting it on a PDF, obviously. I would say the accuracy of scaling at best is plus or minus 5 feet. Now, when we can export that data into accordingly correct drawing, bring in on my survey data, I'm going to say it's within a foot. Matt brought up too that I don't think that one of the maps was in the attachments in the report there. I am showing it as the wall, the toe of the wall is 6 feet from the wetland, based on the DNR surface water data site being 6 feet from that. There's a 6 foot distance between the wetland and the wall. So, with that, any questions?
About the path, have you walked down the path?
I haven't walked down the entire path. I've seen it. We surveyed. When we surveyed it, we didn't survey it all the way to the water line, as we didn't feel it was necessary. But yes, I've seen it. I have not walked on it.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was some sort of a turnaround at the bottom. It's quite wide.
I
just
don't
for a
believe so.
small path.
From what I could tell, there wasn't one. But again, I didn't walk down to see if there was a turnaround at the end of it, because that wasn't my primary reason I was on site was to survey the wall and the property lines. To make sure the wall was within the setbacks of the property lines, and then to try and determine the location of the wall as it pertains to the wetland.
Okay, so your position on this is that they made a mistake, or they didn't make a mistake in their decision in the office?
I believe that Andy's new wall is not in the wetlands. I believe that the information on the DNR Surface Water Data Viewer site, which we are supposed to be using to show wetlands on a map, is correct. And the new wall is out of the wetlands. By at least 5 foot, if not 6. I'm showing
No
on.
discussion on the path.
I don't believe there's any, the path is in the wetlands, there's no denying that.
All right. Any questions?
Yeah, I was just wondering, you said the wall is like 6 feet from the wetland. Is there any certain footage distance that something has to be built away from a wetland? Or can you build right up tight to the wetland?
I'm,
That was a question for our lawyer.
I am not sure on that. I do know when we're building roads, we can build right up to a wetland. We do it all the time. And in cases where we cannot construct a road or a bridge in wetland, we do a swap with the DNR and we give them wetland back and they let us build roads and bridges on the wetland. So I'm not sure as it pertains to residences, retaining walls, whether or not there's a setback.
Okay, thank you.
And did the DNR come out there? I don't remember if that was said or not.
I am not sure if the DNR's been
You're not
on
sure?
site yet.
Okay.
How long is the path?
I just measured on the map here now before I came up because I wondered if that was going to be a question. I believe it's about 300 feet
300
from the
feet.
wall to the ordinary high water mark of the
And
Wisconsin River.
The path is how wide?
I didn't, Gina had mentioned it was 16 to 21 feet. I didn't think it was that wide. I thought 10 to 12 feet on average.
This is a gravel path then?
Correct.
Did they put breaker down or just gravel?
It looked like they put some, I wouldn't know if I'd call it breaker, but they put some larger rock down and then put a little gravel on top of it.
And then how long is the wall?
That is a great question. That's along the face. I didn't show a dimension on that. I would say probably 30 feet.
And I'm just going off of memory now. He has a dwelling that's hooked to the path that goes, his house is here and then the path goes through like.
That is
the
correct.
woods down to Wisconsin River.
That is correct. He has a dwelling, which is his residence. The wall is between his residence and the shoreline. The main purpose of the wall was to give him more area from his house down to the area next to the river. And then the path gave him access from the wall down to the river.
Just for, it doesn't have anything to pertain to this, but just so you know, people have built buildings on wetlands. Webb High School in Reedsburg built in a swamp.
It was a long time ago before some of this stuff came out. All right, anything else? No? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Actually, can I just ask Mr. Breda to just identify, just for the record, to make sure that we know what maps he provided?
Okay.
You know, unless.
Can Gina can he just take the maps and show us?
I think they're actually attached to my submission as Exhibit A and Exhibit B.
I just wanted to ask, show him what I would represent to be the exhibits from Mr. Desmond's brief, and just to ask him to confirm that these are copies of the maps that he prepared, just so it's clear from the record that what he's talking about, if that's okay.
All right, go ahead.
So, yeah. Mr. Brian, I'm showing you, these are two exhibits that are attached to Mr. Desmond's brief. Could you take a look at those for me and let me know if those are the two maps that you prepared?
Exhibit A is the PDF map from the DNR Surface Water Data Viewer website that we scaled our survey information and put on the map as best we could. Again, that's scaling is not as accurate as being placed in a quarterly correct drawing. That is Exhibit A. Exhibit B is my map, and interestingly enough, this map is for the path. This map was attached to the application for the path. There was another map that was attached to the application for the wall that wasn't included in any of the attachments I saw today that showed a 6 foot 1 foot offset dimension on the map from the face of the wall to the edge of the wetlands.
So that's not the second map.
Technically, there are 3 maps,
Oh.
2 of which I prepared. The one I don't see on any attachments. And essentially, the 2 maps that I prepared, again, I'm referring to attachment A in Mr. Desmond's report here. That is not a map that I created. I was out of the office that day. One of our other engineers has done this before. We'll scale things because sometimes if we can get things within 5 feet and show that, okay, we're 20 feet off from where we need to be, we're fine. I was out of the office, he had one of, there's another engineer that submitted this. Exhibit B in Mr. Desmond's report here is the plan for the path, which was attached to the path application, not showing the offset. There's another map that isn't in any of these reports that shows the plan for the retaining wall application that shows a 6 foot 1 foot offset from the edge of the wetland to the face of the wall.
Do you have a copy with you?
I do on my laptop. I don't have it right here right now.
Send one of those to the office, please.
Yes.
And you said you work for Westbrook?
I do.
All right.
I'm glad I asked that question.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So Linda, we won't be able to see that map today then?
Yeah, well.
No.
Unless he just gets it up on his screen, we all walk back there and look at it. Oh, to get it on this?
Somebody should be able to print it out, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to email it to her again right now, we can get it printed.
I've got all of his emails, I'll go through.
We'll find it.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, to the best of your knowledge.
I do indeed.
All right.
I'm still Brian Desmond, Corporation Counsel for Sauk County. I think we met earlier today.
I swear him in again,
Yeah.
but he's suspicious.
I swear to tell the truth in this matter also. Yeah, I think Mr. Knutson's attorney summarized where we're at quite well, that this is mostly a legal issue. I don't think there's any of the facts that we necessarily disagree on. One thing I would say is that he did make a comment that the fact that these are after the fact permits don't necessarily weigh in on your decision here today. But I think you do have to consider that, the fact that some of these issues may have been able to be avoided had we been out there earlier, before the construction work was done, before the path was put in, and we could have maybe resolved some of these issues as to where a mapped wetland or where an actual wetland exists. So I think that does play somewhat into the reason why we're here today. I guess we'll start with the wetland fill and the wetland delineation issue. If you look at the Sauk County zoning ordinance, it does state that when looking at wetlands, that we should look first to the Wisconsin Wetland Inventory as depicted on the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources Surface Data Viewer. Now that's I think you'll read in the DNR's letter, that's I guess, really high level look at where wetlands are in the state of Wisconsin. And when you look at that, it gives you a general idea as to where the wetlands are located. And if you look at section 2 of 808.006, it does state that if there's an apparent discrepancy, it says where an apparent discrepancy exists between the shoreline wetland district boundary shown on the Wisconsin Wetland Inventory and actual field conditions, the county shall contact the Wisconsin DNR to determine if the map is in error. And we have done that. We're here today, I guess, arguing over whether or not that map accurately portrays where the wetland boundary is. I think it's also important to note that in that same ordinance section, it says, and I think Attorney Fleming even would agree with this, that the DNR is the one who has to make that determination. And I think that plays a little bit into this map we're going to get from Mr. Bry. He's downloaded that data, he's put that into a map with his data that he's done from his field work and surveying out there. But I think it's important to note that even the ordinance states that it's only the DNR who can actually make that final official determination. And there have been a couple instances as we've gone along in this matter where the property owner has been notified of the need for that wetland delineation by the staff. Staff has been out there, I believe DNR has been out there, and they believe that there's a discrepancy between the map and where the actual wetland is located. If you read our ordinance, that means, yes, this wetland delineation needs to be done. And we are willing and able and hope that that can get done so that we know where that wetland is located and we can, I guess, move along with this permitting process and know where we're at with that. I can't believe that they don't believe that we've ever told them that there's a discrepancy out there. I think if we hadn't told them that, we wouldn't be here today, arguing over, whose map is correct, does this data, accurately reflect where we're at. And I think it's important to note is that it is just data. When you look at that these days, it is just data. It's not the actual field conditions which have been observed by zoning staff, who I don't know if they're actual DNR delineators, but they certainly have experience training in recognizing shoreline wetland areas. And I should also speak to Brian's, Supervisor Pepper's question, is that, yeah, there are all sorts and types and manners of wetlands that are out there. They're basically categorized. The DNR has a category system based on soil types and vegetation that's around and things. So when you see on the map that there's a T3KW, that means something to somebody other than a lawyer as myself. It means it's some type of wetland. So yeah, there are all sorts and manner of wetland out there that someone who's trained as a delineator can go out and make the determination. Whether those wetlands can move, suppose they can over time. That's why you have a delineation. That's why these people are trained to analyze those soils, look at that vegetation, and make those determinations as to where the wetland is located.
Okay, so in your opinion, how does the line for the wetlands impact this? Does it say?
I think it goes to, I can't remember who asked the question about wetland setbacks. When you build, there is a setback here in Sauk County that you have to meet, I think, for new construction, which is 25 feet. If you build something, there's language, and I don't have it cited in my ordinance or in my brief, and I don't have it real handy off the top of my head. But there's language that if you build something that is in the exact same location as something that was, where it was previously located, then you can do that, and there's no issue. I think with the wetland delineation, it comes down to whether that retaining wall was built in the same location or not, and then based upon that, it determines setbacks and other issues. So I think that's what you're looking at. I guess I can't remember who asked the setback question, but that's where wetland delineations become important, is where you can place things in relation to that wetland. It includes filling, grading, things of that nature. When we look at the trail, and I think Attorney Fleming said this too, we don't disagree that the trail is in a wetland. And I mean, it's a map wetland at this point, at least, for a majority of it. The part up by the house where, it's kind of what we're arguing about. But it is, placed in a wetland, and, the ordinance, the purpose is to protect wetlands. Those are, unique biological features of the earth, and they are to be protected. And I think the language of our ordinance sets out that they are to be, protected. And there are exceptions for, you can get a land use permit for limited filling, flooding, draining, dredging, ditching, tiling, or excavating, but only as allowed below. And again, we come back to that same language that Attorney Fleming spoke about, which is, whether or not this is allowable for the use as a private recreation. And if you've read my brief here, I won't get too in depth with all the legal citations that are in there, but the Kalal case is the main case regarding statutory interpretation. I believe Mr. Fleming put in his brief the statute site that references that the same ideas and concepts apply and flow through into when you are trying to determine the language of county ordinance, such as the one here. And I think most importantly, when you look at whether or not this is a private, recreational use, I think you have to look at the language that surrounds the use of the word residence in that same ordinance section. And I'm just looking for it here. When you look at that, it defines private recreation means facilities, structures, buildings, or property which are privately held, require a fee, membership, or residence for use or participation. Private recreation. So we have an area where, like somebody mentioned, it's kind of like a club, or you have to be a member, or you have to own a residence like in a subdivision to use a private recreation area. I'm sure we're all aware of, some of these subdivisions have private little, beach and beach house for the members to use. And I think if you look at that language, especially in context with the other statutory language or ordinance language around there about what constitutes public parks and recreation areas, those are playgrounds, recreation centers, and other public spaces that are created, established, and designated, provided, or set aside by a governmental entity for the purpose of public rest, play, recreation, assembly, and all buildings, facilities, structures, or land thereon. I think if you look at that as in total, when you look at when they're defining public and private recreation areas, I think it goes beyond just having a path down to the water. I think a public or private recreation area assumes that there's a more expansive use of the area for that recreation. I think if you start to allow, I think as I put in my brief, the rule kind of, the actual putting in a path kind of swallows the rule if everybody's allowed to put a path, depending on if it's 10 to 21 feet, somewhere in that range through a wetland. I think you're kind of getting away from the purposes of having wetland protections. So I think that's important to note. I was looking through my notes. I don't know if there's much else that we need to say here today. I guess if there's any questions, I can certainly try to answer those for you here. I have not seen the trail myself, so I don't know how wide it is. So we'll start there.
So,
If it's built in the wetland, it doesn't matter how wide it is, does it?
I think you're supposed to have limited fill, and so I guess then you get into the blurry line. If this is used for recreational use, does 20 feet, is that what's necessary to, get down to the water to make that recreational use? I guess kind of a gray area. It's a good question. I don't know that I have any particular, at least that I've seen in the ordinance, definition of what is allowable in that regard.
okay, so in your opinion, the trail does not meet the allowable definitions that are in the ordinances?
Correct, for private recreational use, yes.
Okay.
And would the construction of the trail require a DNR permit to put it in the wetland? And that's another after-the-fact permit we're looking at?
I'm not sure if it requires a DNR permit. I think Gina might be able to answer that.
I'll answer questions.
Yeah. Certainly need, I think, a land use permit from the county.
So there would be some type of permit that would be required before it got put in again? So
If it
once
were
again,
allowable,
we'd have
yes.
it.
If it were allowed or allowable, yeah, there's permitting
Okay.
processes that need to be gone through.
The one thing I know is that we had a situation where somebody came in and they wanted to put a bridge over a creek. And the DNR said, no, these are wetlands that are within so many feet of this creek, and they'd have had to put in a bridge that was like 60 feet long to go over a creek that was 4 feet wide. And in that case, the DNR had to give a permit to do something in those wetlands. So my suspicion is that the DNR is also involved when it comes to something like this.
And I think the ordinances in I don't know if it's statutes or in the administrative code, I think it would allow for, I think the term is minimal excavation or filling, so someone to put in an elevated walkway, which, I don't know if that's cost prohibitive or not. I guess I could get a hold of my nephew who puts in docks and see what 300 plus feet of elevated boardwalk costs. I'm sure it's not cheap, but I mean, there are, like you say, exceptions where you can, go through there. I know in Oneida County, we had that situation with the snowmobile trail. We built 4, 80, 100, 120-foot bridges over wetlands for ATV and snowmobile trail use. I mean, you can do that. You put the piers in, and that is possibly allowed.
So did they have a surveyor out there, or the engineers map to see how far away it was away from what they thought was a wetland?
There has not been an official delineation done by either the DNR or by a DNR certified delineator. And if you don't have a DNR staff member themselves or someone who's been certified by the DNR, done the trainings, and proven that they're able to do this, you can still submit, it's my understanding, maps to the DNR, but then they would have to go through the DNR approval process before they are accepted as being an accurate representation of the wetlands. And I have no idea what that process involves.
I was gonna say, is this a 3-year process? No. All
I
right.
don't know.
All right, everybody that owns land that has waterfront property on
Yep.
Lake Wisconsin down there, do they have the right to have a path or access to the river through their own woods?
Your attorney indicates he'll answer that question for you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say, you lawyers are all really professional looking, but you're all overdressed.
I'll remember that for next time, I guess. I don't know. Yes.
The new retaining wall, if I understood it right, is built where the old one was, is that correct?
That is what Mr. Knutson has proffered. Again, we're in that situation where it's after the fact permits. And so there was no survey, there was nothing done to, establish where that was prior to the wall being replaced. I saw this a lot up
Aerial
north.
photographs or anything that it would show up on?
Yeah, I mean, even if you have photographs, it's somewhat difficult to, with a photograph you can say, yeah, there was a wall there, but was that wall where this row of tables is, or was that wall where this row of tables is? It's the same thing I saw up north a lot with shoreline properties where someone would take down a tree, and, they get busted for that, and they're like, well, it was a dead tree. Well, the tree's gone now. Nobody knows if the tree was dead or not. So.
I don't think you're overdressed, I think you look very professional.
Oh, well, thank you.
We're underdressed.
Yeah.
But not for the rest of the hearing, just this part.
I think I just got slammed. It's a good thing I'm not smart enough to know. What's the easiest, or not easy, but what's the best way to resolve all this?
Say that the county was right. To say that the county was right.
Oh.
Yeah.
And we're not here to find the
easiest,
answer.
yeah.
We're here to say, did they make an appropriate call?
All right.
And they either did or they didn't.
And we might have to go into closed session yet too today, right?
If we choose to have a discussion in closed session. So.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
no problem.
You're overdressed. I liked your Christmas one best.
Oh, yeah? The Christmas suit? Yeah.
Okay. I have the map that Nick was referring to. That will be Exhibit T. While we're talking about that,
Just confirm.
there's no dispute on the maps that Nick provided. What we're talking about here is, the issue is the fact that we have maps. We have a mapped layer of wetlands from the DNR. The DNR provides that layer. That's fine, just keep it. And that mapping layer it can be incorrect based on how they establish that. So Nick's maps, based on the information he got off of that, are probably correct, and he's using that layer. But what we're saying is that layer is not correct based on field conditions. And so we're going to the ordinance and saying, what are we allowed to do? How do we proceed based on the fact that what's shown on the maps, his maps are not incorrect. The DNR's map is incorrect. DNR knows that their maps can be incorrect, which is why they've given not only in NR 115, but in our ordinance, the ability for staff to say when you're out on site, okay, DNR, you're wrong. You're either wrong that there's wetlands here and there's really not, or you're wrong that there's possibly wetlands here where they're not mapped. We need that determination to be done. We have the ability to say, based on field conditions, DNR, we need a delineation done. We need you to either go on site and provide that information, or give the opportunity for the property owner to have a certified wetland delineation done. Because if we go on site and we say, yep, this is wetlands, and they disagree with us, their recourse is to turn around and do that certified wetland delineation. If you're a certified wetland delineator, you are certified by the Wisconsin DNR, and the Wisconsin DNR will automatically accept the delineation that is done by you. If you are not a certified wetland delineator, you have to submit that report to the DNR. They will review it, and they can come back and approve it or deny it. None of that's been done. We're stuck arguing over the fact and whether or not I have the ability to request that delineation done based on field conditions, based on that section of the ordinance. We're saying, and our 115 gives us that authority, and our ordinance gives us that authority in the section that was noted.
So that's
Again,
why that hasn't been done yet? Is because
I'm sorry?
That's why the delineation has not been done, is because you possess that authority, is that correct?
Say that one more time?
The delineation has not been ordered or requested from the DNR because they give you that authority to make that judgment call, is that correct?
The property owner has to, so we've left it up to Andy. We've notified him several times based on field conditions. What do you want to do? Either myself and DNR can come out and take a look at the property, or you can have a certified wetland delineation done. You need to tell us what would you like?
And he hasn't responded to that?
In December, the DNR also gave him those options, told him that a delineation needs to be done. And his correspondence with the DNR, which is in your packet, stated he was going to do a wetland delineation, and he asked the DNR for that list of certified wetland delineators. The DNR asked that he follow up and let them know when that delineation was done. To date, it has not been done.
So then he's changed his mind about whether he should have to do that or not.
Yes. So like I said, we're not saying Nick's maps are wrong. We're not saying he submitted anything wrong. We've got different maps that they've submitted for different permits, I think, which Mr. Desmond pointed out. But the problem is that the data that they're using to base all their maps off of, we're saying is incorrect. And the DNR is saying it's likely it can be incorrect because of how they obtain that data, which is why they've given us the ability through state code and county code to request that to be changed based on field conditions.
Okay, so basically, based on field conditions means that if you go out there and you step into it and it's a swamp, you think it should be delineated as a swamp?
If we notice plants, Mr. Knutsen's specific wetland is considered a forested wetland. There's fill in a lot of it, so it's difficult to determine. I'm not a certified wetland delineator, so they'll probably make a lot of determinations based on soils. They may do soil probes. I don't know, but what we do know is based on what we've seen, there's a good chance that there's wetlands there. We cannot verify that the wall was built in the exact same spot. As Nick testified, the wall is larger than the original one that was there. The original wall that was there was a railroad tie retaining wall. It was parallel, and then it had sides, so it kind of was a rectangle without the back. The wall that's there now is a curved rock boulder retaining wall. We have looked at air photos based on vegetation that was there, based on the house previously before his addition was put on, did some measurements, and the staff believes that the rock wall is not in the same place. We asked Mr. Knutsen several times if he's requesting to have a permit for a legal non-conforming structure. He needs to prove that that legal non-conforming structure was there. Typically what we do with those is staff use that structure before the permit's issued. We verify the footprint, and then once the permit's issued and the new structure is built, we go back out, verify that what they built is in fact then in the new footprint. With none of that being able to take place, Mr. Knutsen was not able to provide evidence that shows something was there before.
So do you believe the problem with the wall is a setback problem from the wetlands, or is it that the wall might be in the wetlands?
It could be both. We need a delineation done to determine exactly where it is.
So back to that, the dispute is as to who,
Yeah, the dispute right now is not where the wall is, how it was placed, the fact that it was done without permits. What they are specifically appealing is the section of the ordinance that says staff was on site, viewed field conditions that would suggest that the map that the DNR has is not correct with where the wetlands are located, and request a delineation to be done. And Mr. Knutson needs to either request the DNR do that delineation, or he needs to have a certified wetland delineator do that. And that hasn't been done.
but Attorney Fleming, I believe he stated that it's on the county, is what their argument is, and I could be incorrect on that, but.
You're saying it's the applicant's responsibility?
We've communicated with Mr. Knutson several times via email and let him know, here's what needs to be done. And like I said, he's advised the DNR he's doing the certified wetland delineation, and he hasn't advised us of anything other than the fact that he disagrees that we can request one.
We really can't determine anything until we get a wetland delineation.
We're determining whether or not the county
You're,
acted correctly.
you're
or
not determining,
No,
you're
two people
simply,
are talking to me at the same time.
go ahead.
We are determining whether they made the right decision. The office says that they can request a wetlands determination.
Yeah.
Mr. Knutson says you can't ask for that.
Who said that?
The
owner.
Owner,
That's what's being appealed, Brian. That's why
Right.
we're here.
right, so,
You're specifically addressing the section of the ordinance where Mr. Knutson feels we've interpreted them wrong. And that's
our attorney will
specific
tell
to
us that.
requiring a delineation to be done based on field conditions. And then the path is the other issue.
What says you, Mr. Desmond, on that? Can,
Well, let's
Okay,
talk
just
to
as
our
soon as
attorney.
we have to get him up here too.
So I just want to also refer to the DNR's letter. The DNR the DNR has oversight of all this through NR 115. The DNR mandates that the county has an ordinance, and the DNR gives a model ordinance in which we have to follow and create our ordinance, because then we are necessarily enforcing DNR's rules through our own ordinance. If you refer to the DNR's letter, which is Exhibit R, she talks about the wetland inventory map that's in debate here. She says the principal focus of the wetland inventory is to produce wetland maps that are a graphic representation of the type, size, and location of wetlands in Wisconsin. Within this context, the objective of the map is to produce recognizance level information on the location, type, size of these habitats, such as they are accurate at the normal scale of 1 per 20,000 scale aerial photography used for the interpretation. The DNR recognizes the limitations of using remotely sensed information as the primary data source. They are to be used as a guide for planning purposes. The most accurate method of determining the legal extent of a boundary of a wetland for federal or state regulations is a field delineation by a professional trained in wetland delineation techniques. So what they're saying is the map is a reference, and if there's any question, you need to do a field determination to figure out what's really there.
And that's the same with any county map, because they're not 100%
Correct.
so then you have to get a surveyor done.
Correct.
So in your opinion, does the county or the Mr. Knutson have this done?
We've identified the issue, and Mr. Knutson needs to tell us how he's choosing to move forward. Would you like the DNR to come out and do this, or are you going to hire a delineator? In the
Who pays
December
for it?
8th email to the Wisconsin DNR, he said he was hiring a certified wetland delineator, and the DNR provided him that information in order to obtain someone to do that. He has not contacted the DNR to come on site and do it. He has not notified us to request the DNR come on site, and we've made that offer. It's in the communications in your packet.
How much does something like that cost?
I don't know. I'm not a certified wetland delineator.
If you can ask the DNR to do it, that says there's probably a minimal fee. I don't know of the DNR charging for any of, anything that backs up its own records. So, okay.
What else? You guys has other questions, and I forgot what they were now.
So as far as the fill is concerned, he's saying that it is a private recreation area path, and you're saying, no, this doesn't fit that definition either.
Correct. Based on our definition of private recreation, the intent, again, is for club-type entities. The need to have a residence comes from, like at Lake Redstone or Lake Wisconsin, where you have a platted subdivision with several houses. Groups in that subdivision, in this section, will have an outlot where they all get access to the lake. That could be allowed for that type of use. That's what they're talking about. You have to have a residence. The intent that somebody can fill a wetland just because they have a house on the property does not meet the intent of the shoreline wetland ordinance or protecting our wetlands. And I think the DNR would have a huge issue if we started allowing anybody that had a house to be able to fill the wetlands in the name of private recreation.
All right, thank you. Now, would our lawyer please come forward?
Are you gonna want me to provide comments?
Yes.
Not if you don't want to.
Well, mostly to answer questions, but we've got quite a few of them that have been raised. I can do that too.
All right. That's right, we don't trust you either. Do you swear to tell the truth, the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Name?
All right.
Name and address?
Larry Konopacki, address 2964 County Road, MM in Fitchburg, Wisconsin.
And your relationship to this?
I am the attorney for the Board of Adjustment.
Okay, now you can start.
Well, it's not my role to provide a presentation to you. I'm here to advise you and answer your questions. A couple things I can jump in on that I've heard. One, there's definitely a wetlands permit from DNR that's required for the trail or for anything else that would be newly placed in a wetland. So if you look at the diagrams and the photos and everything in this case, there's a wall and there's a trail, and the trail starts on the side of the wall and kind of runs around alongside the wall and then out towards the river. Whatever's newly placed would require a DNR wetlands permit, or for someone to show that there's an exemption from that permitting requirement. However, for the purposes of today and whatever day you make your decision in this case, that's not relevant to your decision. Your decision has to be based on the county's ordinance. So when I read the DNR letter, there's some that Gina mentioned, there's some portions of that letter that are very helpful to you in making your decision. At least they address the question that's at issue. And there's some things that are not. When you talk about what the NR 115 code requires and wetland permitting, not the county's issue. Okay, so again, like the case earlier, there's things you can consider and there's things you can't. So there's a number of questions that are appropriately presented to you, and they do lead, as you mentioned, Brian, that they do lead to cascading future decisions. So for this project to be permitted and to be allowed moving forward, there's a lot more process that has to happen, right? We're sort of stopped at a preliminary stage in this process. So for instance, on the wall, once there's a delineation of the wetlands one way or another, regardless of who does it, then that delineation will instruct whether there's a setback issue. As Gina said, the applicant will likely have, the landowner will likely have to provide as much evidence as they can to show that this is a replacement of a previously existing wall, or at least falls within the original footprint of the rectangular wall, and it doesn't go outside of that. But that's to meet different criteria than is in front of you today. What's really in front of you today is, really, I would expand
we'll talk about the wall, we'll talk about the path, even though, as I said, part of the path is really part of the wall. For the sake of discussion, we'll separate. So the wall is, first of all, the question in the ordinance is whether, that you have to evaluate is whether the ordinance only applies to the mapped, as currently mapped by DNR. As you heard some testimony that this is kind of a high-level mapping and it might be inaccurate. If it only applies to those areas that are within that map, or if it also applies to areas that are wetlands that are not in that map. That's the number one question for you to decide, okay? So in other words, if you can show that it's not mapped on the date the application was put in, is that the end of the equation? In other words, if it's out, you're okay. If it's in, you're not. That's the first question you have to answer. The second question you have to answer is, depending on the answer of that, who then, if the answer is yes, it does apply to wetlands that are outside of that mapped area, whose responsibility is it to find out, for, with some assurance, or at least with DNR approval, whether or not the area that is in question is actually a wetland? So you got to answer question number one first, or you don't even get to question number two, right? I don't think that, I heard Attorney Desmond say that there's really no dispute that the wall is outside of the DNR mapped wetlands. Not a dispute. So you have to decide whether or not this ordinance applies outside that map. And if you say yes, then you have to decide whether or not it was appropriate for the county to ask the applicant to obtain the additional information to determine whether or not that's a wetland. And we should, be my recommendation, we talk about that in a closed session. After that, when we get into put the portion of the path that is adjacent to or outside of those map wetlands adjacent to the wall. I'm kind of including that with the wall. That kind of adds in how we're delineating this question. Second question then is let's say the portion of the trail that's in wetlands, whatever that ends up being based on a delineation, whatever portion of that trail that's in wetlands, that means it's in what the county calls, and what every county calls, its shoreline wetland zoning district. It's in, undisputed. Whatever portion is inside that map, it is in wetlands. The question is whether or not that's that type of project, putting in a trail like that, or a path, or a road, depending on how wide it is, whether that is a permitted use, and thus a use that can be conducted as a matter of right by the landowner, or it's not. And you've heard the arguments on both sides as to whether this definition of private recreational area does encompass this kind of use, or it does not. Again, something that I think we should talk about in closed session. When you issue a decision here, you can see there's a lot of complicated parts. It's very, very important that this board be extremely precise in what it votes on. So what you do for a conditional use permit, where you kind of give your opinion and then the chair captures all that into a motion, that's not going to be appropriate here. This has to be a written decision, and it has to be pretty specific to those three questions that I just laid out. And I need direction from you as a group as to how that should be written. But when you do that, then I'll write up a decision for you, and then we'll have an order, basically. But that order is really going to be limited, not to setbacks or whether or not this is in the old footprint or not. That's something that comes after this. We're just going to be making a decision. You're going to be making a decision about how far does the wetland ordinance, what's the scope of that? What does it include? And in this case then, who can order that, or who is responsible for doing that delineation? And is in fact this trail a permitted use under the ordinance for the portion that's in the wetland? I will say that with respect to the delineation, I did see in the record, as Gina mentioned, that the applicant or the property owner had said they were going to go ahead with a delineation. That can't be done outside of what's called the growing season in Wisconsin. So that's something that you get, if you're lucky, 3/4 of the year. So that if that happens, it's not even yet available. So that's something that everyone will be waiting to do. That, yeah.
So that may explain why the applicant hasn't given the office any more information on it, because they have been told that they can't be done yet.
It may, right. It is in the record that they're going to have a delineation done, but that doesn't change the fact that there's a question before this board today as to whether that's appropriate. And I have some thoughts on that, and having heard the arguments and having reviewed the documents myself, that we should discuss in closed session, in my opinion.
Okay.
I just looked on Dr. Google on the cost of a wetland delineation. It says somewhere between 700 and 850.
Yeah, and usually they run a little bit, it really depends on how much land you're asking to have reviewed.
That's on a 5-acre lot.
Yeah,
So,
and it depends on how much of that is wetlands, but I would say it's anywhere between, a quick 500 and up to $3,000 or $4,000, depending.
depends on their travel time.
And it depends on whether or not there's structures now on top of where the wetland arguably was or wasn't. That complicates things too.
So would they have to do bore testing underneath the wall?
Probably not. It depends on the situation, but probably not.
Yeah.
They're gonna look at the way that the wetland, wetlands don't have square edges. So you kind of follow the contours. They'll delineate around the wall. And then if they find the wall goes, the wetland historically went under the wall, then it's gonna be a question of whether or not that wall was actually, as Mr. Bray testified, built no further or within that same footprint of the original wall. So you had a rectangular wall. If that curve fits fully within the confines of that old wall, it doesn't matter then if it's in what was historically a wetland, because it's a replacement, as long as that was put in a long, long time ago, right? So, but see, those are the kinds of questions that are going to happen after there's a delineation. We can talk about that if you're interested, but it's not part of your decision for today.
Would this be the proper time to make a motion for the Board of Adjustment to adjourn into closed session pursuant to statutes 1985 1A to deliberate concerning a case which was the subject of any judicial or quasi-judicial trial or hearing before this body? If so, I make that motion.
I'll second that.
If we do it, we have to do a better roll call vote.
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
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 Yes. Closed session?
I need a minute.
I need some more water.
So
So who all is allowed to stay in and who is all allowed not to?
We might have to go.
Probably just us.
I know I'm not among the.
You're pretty sure about that one?
Yeah. We might need you.
Do you want me to stay?
Well, not you, but we might need you.
I'll just
Yeah, if you can hang out, because we'll have questions.
I've not actually worn, this is the only second time I've worn